Hello, hello, and welcome back to Design Science Studios Regenera Rising. It is my delight to welcome you back to this global convergence for creators of regenerative futures. Today is Monday, 25th, 2022, and we are in our second annual Regenera Rising in the 5th day. So packed with beautiful, inspiring creators from all around the world, working to make the world work for all of life. And now I have the delight to introduce some amazing artists from the Design Science Studio who have been really being a bridge for the voice of the earth. I just want to take a moment to also thank the earth, thank our planet and all of life within it, and thanking all of you for coming together and believing in this global movement that's bringing together revolutionary creators, systems thinkers, and organizations to imagine, collaborate, and co-create a world that works for all of life. In this session, we will be joined and the session has been curated and led by Marley Benedicto. And Marley Benedicto liberates, educates, and inspires through healing, sound, and visuals. She's an advocate for the voice of the earth and a multidimensional artist and dream weaver. She beckons forward your timeless soul song and summons the beauty way so that we can all harmonize and play in co-creation. You're invited to become a member of Gaia Temple, which I hope that she tells you all about, which is a church Marley founded to and for visionaries and artists who are uniting to amplify the voice of the earth and contribute towards Civilization 2.0. She's also the creator and founder of Harmonize, where she teaches students singing, science, and psychology to activate the voice and empower clear, authentic communication. Today, this session is called The Secrets of Artists Who Channel the Vision and Voice of the Earth, and why they learn to listen, what the planet has to express, and how they're using art as the medium to speak for Gaia. So I now will welcome Marley Benedicto up onto the stage. And I thank you for your work and your contributions to the space. I love you very much.
Thank you, Roxy. I love you very much too. And I'm so excited to be here today at Regenera Rising, where we are coming together to talk about a regenerative future for all. And one of the ways that we can really get the keys and codes to unlock what a regenerative future looks like for all is to listen to Mother Earth, to listen to Gaia, to our planet, to the systems and structures that are represented and mirrored in nature itself, because the planet's been here for a lot longer than we have. And if we want to continue to live in symbiosis, harmony, freedom, and abundance with the planet Earth, it means that we have to be in a state of remembrance and listening to be there. And so it is my absolute pleasure to bring forward to you these artists that work from the heart and who have also cultivated the skill of deep listening to Gaia, listening to the planet. And they are using their creativity, their imagination, their power, and their presence to come forward as stewards of the earth and to do that through art. This is what Gaia Temple is all about. I'll introduce you to Gaia Temple, then introduce you to the panelists, and we'll go through our panel and we'll end it with a Q&A at the end here, so everybody can try to get in on the secrets of what it's like to talk to Gaia. Gaia Temple, who these lovely beings are all a part of, is an international artist collective where we come together to create projects, experiences, art, systematic design that considers the planet and listens to the planet and knows that we're in collaboration and cohesion with the planet. And you are all invited to be a part of that. One of the reasons this is so important is because it's changing the narrative of us owning land to being in equal partnership with all sentient life. And it takes art sometimes to use that to create the expansion of the imagination for people to understand where it is that we have the potential to grow into, which is being in equality with Earth, truly. So I'm really excited to bring forward our panelists today. We have Neha Mizra, Veronica Anderson, Jade Fusco, and Clara Zahorsky here. And I will be sharing a little bit from Harris Adele, who is also a Design Science Studio member. But since she's so deep in nature in Costa Rica, nature has consumed her digital capabilities at this moment. Okay, so thank you everybody so much for being here. I'm really grateful to be bringing forward your voice as you are all stewards of the voice of the earth. And let's just go through, and this is going to be casual style, family style. And please unmute yourself and introduce yourself to our listeners. Who are you? And what is it that you're bringing forward today?
Hi. It's such an honor to be here. My name is Jade Fusco, and I'm sitting here with Clarity. And we're together right now because we're working on a song. So we have a recording session this evening. And because that is one of the things that we do in collaboration. I am a musician and songwriter and playwright as well, and a practitioner of EFT. And my mission through all of these expressions is to bring people into greater alignment with themselves and with their community and with the planet, in short. Yeah.
Thanks, Jade. I'm so stoked to be here with Jade and to be here, Marley. And I am a music producer primarily right now, also a massage therapist and healer, and they all go hand in hand, all of these healing modalities that many of us do, and sound as therapy, and sound communicating the messages of the earth. It all feels like the same thing to me. And yeah, I'm just super stoked to be on this panel with some of the people I'm creating with, because what we're bringing through together through collaboration with us and the earth is like blowing my mind. So we're right here in the middle of the studio where it all happens. And I'm grateful for everyone's time and presence and devotion to this project here this week. Thanks for having us.
Beautiful, you two. Yeah, I'm just going to plug in a little bit more there. Jade, I would also say, is a total earth activist. Whenever you hear her music and you hear the words in her music, she's literally just like singing for the earth. all of her lyrics are a call of remembrance. And Clara, are you going to share? Clara's producing for Jade, for me, and also for Harris. We're all working on very similar but very different projects. It just happens to be we're all drawn to Clara. So are you going to bring any of that forward today?
I have samples from each of the 3 projects that we're all working on today. And yeah, they all have a different essence, but each one has its own interpretation of the earth and the elements of the earth directly in it. So it's going to be really cool to kind of look at them back and back and talk about what we've been doing. So I got that geared up for us whenever that's appropriate.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. And what about you, Neha and Veronica? Please introduce yourself and what's alive in your heart right now.
Who wants to go first? I'm happy to go. Hey, everyone. So nice to be here with you. And Marley, thank you so much for weaving this and for playing together and for bringing all of us here. And Jade, it's so nice to meet you for the first time. I was just realizing as you all were talking how Marley, Veronica, Clarity, we have had the privilege to be on the same land during Design Science Studios' phenomenal Miami Art Week event. So really lovely to meet you as well, Jade. So my name is Neha. It means love in Sanskrit. My whole family, my parents and my brother are named after gods, and I'm named after love because love is divine. And it's also the most, I feel, the hardest work in life to know how to love, how to be love, how to honor love of earth, and what does honoring mean? And so I'm a contemporary eco-folk artist. I'm a poet, and I'm a lifelong climate justice advocate across Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and now here in North America, where I live on another border right on the edge of Washington, DC, and Maryland, which I find very poetic. So how do we honor the land, and how do we honor land as migratory beings is really important to me. And my art is really at this point of time in the universe and my life. I feel it's about wholeness, how to transcend fragmentations of the world and fragmentations of oneself. So I feel I show up as my whole self, weaving all my parts into my art, which at the heart of it is my studio is about weaving our private, collective, and planetary healing, and how each of us can be Earth stewards, not in a sense of let's go save Mother Earth, because she doesn't need saving. We are an integral part of her, and our liberation is deeply tied together. So how do we be together in ways that are nourishing and that can also overcome so much destruction and loss and grief that human beings have sadly inflicted on our planet and on ourselves, because we belong to the planet. So that's me. And with that, I'll pass to my beautiful, beautiful, brilliant sister designer, Veronica.
So sweet. I always love sharing space with you, Neha. And it is a magical, beautiful confluence happening here, that we could bring the energy from the Regenaissance of Art Week in Miami into this moment of celebrating the launch of Regenera. So my name is Veronica Anderson. I am the descendant of a Polish immigrant to the United States of America, and also the inheritor of the lineages of the Vikings and the Celts and the Druids. And I'm joining everyone here from the land of the Wetar people in Costa Rica, near the capital city of San Jose. And I am a visionary architect. I'm also an ensoulment coach and a mindfulness mentor. I've been working to use architecture as a healing art to mend the broken bond between humans and nature, and to create spaces which are repairing our connection to the earth and to each other and to ourselves. And I use a practice called deep design, which is something that I've been cultivating now for about 15 years. And it builds upon inner architectures and outer architectures for creating a culture of care. And I'm on a mission to build a world that loves itself. And I do that with regenerative community development, sustainable eco-villages, master planning, and the construction of sacred spaces and temples. So I'm really excited to be here with all of you. Thank you for the invitation, Marley.
Beautiful. Yes. Thank you for being here. And I'm hoping that we learn more about the projects that you're working on there in Costa Rica, because you're on the land, you're in the earth, and you're doing the grounded work right now. And that's so important. Thank you.
Bless.
Yeah. So one thing I'd love to hear from you guys, why do you each think that it's important that we listen to the earth? And, right now, the Regenera Rising is all about creating a regenerative future for all of us in the future. And how does listening to the earth tie into the theme of Regenera Rising for you personally?
I was just feeling into that, like something came up real quick, which seems really simple and silly because we take it very seriously sometimes. And it's like we're wasting a lot of energy not listening to the earth. I feel like the other animals and parts of our biosphere and like everything else on Earth just is what it is and lives with the listening and wouldn't even be a part of this conversation because they're already doing it. And for some reason, we're the one creature that is constantly pushing against that and thinking that we need to like figure it out. So I feel like if we were to just tune back in and relax it a little bit, then the answers are already in the flow of the earth and in the messages of the earth, and we wouldn't have to waste so much of our own energy trying to get ahead of it or above it. And to me, that's regenerative.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'll just to add to that, I mean, the earth is our biggest, greatest teacher. She has everything that we need to know and understand and live. She has all of the instruction, and just in her beingness, in the rhythms of life, in the symbiosis, in the flow of water, in the gravity, in her laws. I mean, everything is there that we need to know. And that, you know, if we were to model ourselves, our relationships, our communities after the way she just naturally is, and the way the systems just fit together so beautifully and interweave so beautifully, then we would know harmony and we would know peace. Yeah.
I would add, why listen to the earth? I feel, to me, it is a form of a simultaneous prayer and a revolution, and the two are tied together. We have just, if we are alive and breathing right now, we have lived through one of the most unprecedented times in the history of human civilization. Our planet is burning, not as a figure of speech, which I love as a poet, but it's literally on fire. And we are seeing raging wildfires, we are seeing tsunamis. The latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report is and this whole my adult life, I have followed the IPCC reports, and they just continue to keep getting dire and dire and dire. So I feel we must listen to the earth, not just out of our benevolence, but because, again, our liberation, our being, our well-being is deeply tied together. There is no self-care without taking care of Mother Earth, and as I would say, as anybody knows anything about good relationships, you need good listening skills, not just constant, speaking skills. And if we are to be in relationship with Mother Earth, and if we are to return to a deeper relationship with Mother Earth, we must listen to it and we must speak to it.
Oh, yes. I feel the message in what we're all sharing is that we are the earth, that there is no separation. And when I look at the biggest problems in our world, the rampant inequalities, the misogyny, the collapsing economies, the peak oil and colonization, it all just comes from this idea that the earth is outside of us and it's something we need to save and take care of, when in reality, it is us. We are the earth. And I think if we can come into reciprocity with the earth through our listening, then we'll be able to experience her abundance. Robin Wall Kimmerer says that attention is a form of reciprocity with the earth. So when we listen, we're giving her something in exchange for the abundance that we receive.
So so beautiful. I just feel like, yeah, there's a lot of identification as the earth. And, there's a beautiful saying, which is we have two homes. We have our body and we have the earth. Take care of them both. And whenever I think about that, all of us here are at times city dwellers. And if you are deeply connected to the earth and you know what it's like to be wholly unraveled into Gaia and into the frequency and serenity of nature, living in a city can be a really challenging experience. And so I'm curious, for each one of you, what is your self-care practice that allows you to really be a world bridger, where you're walking in between your deep coherence and relationship with the earth, and then spending 8 to more hours in front of a screen to become the speaker for it, to become the transmitter, to become the person that is going back into the system, even though you know the way out, but you're consciously going back into the system to help spread this message that we're talking about right now. How do you take care of your body and balance those two worlds?
Can I take this first? Because I feel, as somebody, I am a dweller and a lover of cities. I grew up in the mega city of New Delhi, and now relatively, the capital's edge, and the city I live in, and the urbanish landscape I live in is also my beloved home. And I like to say, I feel there is this misconception, according to my humble opinion, amongst many, that you have to be in the middle of jungle to be in true nature. I lovingly, respectfully, disagree, because nature is where we are. There is nature. Urban environment is filled with nature. Because we close our eyes, it doesn't mean that sun isn't there and birds are not there. It does mean we are not able to see it, appreciate it. And I do find, in the art life, I feel I have a lot of creative friends, when we apply for residencies, we must go to a cabin in the jungle to create. That may also be possible. That's also inspiration may come because you're closer to nature. But I look at the tree in front of me every day. The trees in my urban neighborhood have held me throughout. I feel even more deeply during the pandemic exile from the land of my ancestors and land of my living elders. And so I feel, as a deeply urban dweller, I feel it's an important question. It's such an important question, Marley, because the large proportions of world's population are now living in cities, So how can more of us reconnect with nature? And in that reconnecting, I feel, is the self-care, because when I can, I'm grateful for technology, which is bringing us together. And at the same time, I'm grateful that I can have vitamin D outside by soaking the sun, and I can listen to birds. They have always been chirping, but I don't know, I was not listening before the pandemic. So I'm like, what is this world suddenly? And I'm not even on anything other than poetry. So that's me. Thank you for letting me share first.
Bless, Neha. Yes, I'm just feeling my heart like screaming as you're with song that we are nature. We are nature. And my self-care is to remember that and to spend moments of meditation every day, connecting with that, connecting in silence and stillness with my true nature. And I've been, practicing mindfulness as a way to do that, consciously studying Zen for the last 15 years. But I think there are a lot of ways to connect with our true nature. And, yoga is another really powerful tool in the sense of uniting body and mind, and, the root essence of what yoga is. And I think that what you shared about the two homes, the body, the physical body, and the earth,
I'm an urbanist. I love cities. I designed them. I'm an advocate for cities becoming better and more ecological. And I saw in the chat Stroopy saying that we think that cities are exclusive of trees, but they'll come back when we let them in. And that's a really beautiful movement that's happening now. And that's another way that I take care of myself, is I put my energy into programs and projects which bring nature back to the city and allow architecture and development to be an interface between us and nature, and not something that separates us from us and nature. So really using my creative practice is also a form of self-care.
Something that came up for me was personal experience today, walking my dog, and then there's this giant, I'll actually show it real quick. There's this giant tree in front of my house.
Could the speaker introduce themselves?
My name's Milo Coles. And there's this giant tree down there, and I just hugged it for like 30 seconds, and there was such like a deep softening, and I just felt so like deeply relaxed, and that was a good self-care practice for me today. Yeah.
Marley, you want to unmute yourself, please? We want to
Yeah,
Did you guys
thanks,
not hear that?
Milo.
Wait, did you guys
No.
not hear any of that?
We heard it. Thank you so much for bringing your tree into this panel.
Yeah.
And we are so excited to have all the nature enthusiasts here. We're going to save the last 30 minutes of the panel for questions and contributions. Thank you so much, though, for bringing that tree in live time.
Yeah, I just wanted to also echo what Neha was sharing, because that has been my lesson and my learning living in a city. There's a part of me that always feels like that's longing for this communion with nature that is like deep jungle immersion forest, and that I can't have that kind of like soul quenching experience until I'm out there somewhere, deep in the wilderness. And so I feel like I've just been in this habit of kind of holding myself apart, or waiting for that satisfaction, waiting for that communion, and really putting the possibility of experiencing that like over there, in some future time and place, when I'll have the resources or the time or the space to like have that excursion. And so in Austin, and oftentimes when I'm thinking in that way, I'll notice myself unconsciously kind of rejecting the nature that is right around me, or saying like, oh, this isn't good enough. This lawn isn't good enough. These weeds that are growing, they're not good enough. And so I've been really practicing just noticing, whenever I start to think in that way. And I've been practicing, we have such incredible nature here in Austin. We have the Edwards Aquifer, we have Barton Springs, we have all of these creeks and rivers, and like, yeah, maybe they're full of trash, and maybe sometimes it's hard to look at a creek that is full of trash, and it's hard to embrace it. It's hard to appreciate that nature, because there's so much of our own pain that's in the way, of experiencing it. And so sometimes there's this barrier, because it's like we don't want to look at the trash that we've put there. And so, yeah, so a practice for me has just been like to look and to be with, and to still like hear, the song of the creek, even if it's full of trash. And then to also like really open my eyes and recognize like the majesty, like there's true majesty here in Austin. There's incredible pecan trees and oak trees that centuries old all over the place. We have these beautiful nature trails that we can, like, just the other day, I had this experience just like sitting and singing on a tree and letting myself really just melt into the tree and be fully present with it. And I was like, this is it. This is actually the communion that I'm so often looking for. And it's really just about making space and time, and like finding that presence and offering that presence.
Yeah, absolutely. Presence was what I was just coming to in my sphere too. I was thinking about, I was living in Costa Rica for a couple of years before coming here to Austin, and the most the biggest challenge that I perceived in acclimating to city life again was the speed that things move. So I kind of like compare it to time traveling in a different dimension. And even though it is natural, everything is natural, plastic is natural, we've made it. If it wasn't natural, it wouldn't be here. So everything is natural. And there are different speeds. Like in Costa Rica, everything was a lot slower paced. And so I acclimated to that dimensional speed of reality. So coming back here and suddenly being on the highways and how fast people talk and how fast people create and how fast things happen, like that was almost nauseating. So the key to time travel is presence. If I'm completely present to this moment, I can handle high speed reality. If I'm fragmented into other places, or even into the illusion that anywhere else but here is better than here and now, then the time travel makes me nauseous. So I think we can handle and be rejuvenated by whatever atmosphere we're in through the power of presence.
Yeah. Thank you for speaking to that. That's really powerful, because it's very different. Coming from Austin to Bali recently, my whole body's been like and there's really no way around it. If I want to stay on that super freeway, it's not what's happening here. And I'm curious, being able to feel into the presencing of nature and being able to recognize and speak to nature in any environment, whatever that is. I'll bring Harris in for a second. I met Harris, who will share some of her art here as well. She's also a member of the cohort. I met her back in 2016 in Los Angeles, and she had just landed in LA from Hawaii. And I remember we were having a really deep conversation about this. And at that moment, years ago, her struggle with being in an urban environment. And she just had to remind herself, when she looked at the cement of the sidewalk, that this too is rock, that this too is earth. Even if we've taken it and we've shaped it into something that is a human imagination, it is still of the earth. And so I appreciate you guys bringing that in. And not everybody has had this experience, this direct communion, this direct communication with earth, being in the shared sentience of nature. And I'm curious, each of you probably have a radically different journey, or maybe they're very similar. How is it that you allowed yourself to become in resonance with nature and begin to self-identify? What was that turning point or that journey like for you?
Truth is, for me, a lot of it is plant medicine and psychedelics, and I hope that's okay to say here. They're intertwined with my path. I can remember key moments: 14 years old, eating psilocybin for the first time, laying down on the earth and realizing, oh my God, the earth is a living being. I hadn't thought of that ever before that moment. And that was thanks to psilocybin, just like showing me very, very clearly her breathing underneath me. And then drinking ayahuasca at 21 and creating sound and realizing the power of sound and realizing the power of the voice and sound to transmute energies in spaces and to connect with what is and to change what is for the better. I can track almost every moment of my awakening to plant medicine experiences. Not to say that so much work hasn't happened outside of those experiences, and a lot of it has been in the years after and integration of. But wow, they have been like super integral portals to me. And they come straight from the earth. They're like little gifts of awareness popping out of the earth, being like, try me so you can see who I am. So giving thanks to those blessings in my life.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that the plants have also played a role in my journey. That wasn't my first thought, but I think it's a valid point. When I was 16 and I smoked cannabis for the first time, I think that opened the door to being able to feel in resonance and connection with animals and plants and nature in a way that I had not been conscious of before. And then when I realized that it was the earth who was designing architecture through me, I was on a very powerful healing journey, speaking to what Clarity was addressing with our fast-paced Western society, and specifically in the North American context. I was detaching from the trauma response of constantly trying to be perfect and constantly trying to be good enough, and really always pushing myself to be better and pushing myself to do more. And there was this mindset that I had that if I wasn't working 40 hours a week or more, then I wasn't doing enough. And I was able to slow down and let go of this striving mentality and this grasping and this clinging to what I did as my identity. And that was actually an extremely painful process. It was a really, really hard, dark night of the soul kind of experience when I was 27 and awakening to all of the trauma that I had been repressing for my entire life. I had to really go through that in order to recognize, well, I think once I recognized that it was the earth who was speaking to me and through me, I was able to go through that. And as I went through that deprogramming and trauma resolution process and the healing of my nervous system, the ability to re-regulate my nervous system and activate that parasympathetic response, then I was able to really, truly enter dialogue with the earth. And I think that's been the gist of it for me.
And I would just add, for me, it's more about, I don't feel I've ever been disconnected from it because it's my inheritance from my mother and my grandmothers and my tradition, even with its shades of global empires. And I feel it has been definitely about reclaiming the essence of what is within my being and my familial, whether it's my the short-sighted bloodline or more expansive planetary line. And I feel it's a matter of reclaiming and decolonizing the very harmful impacts and insidious impacts of colonization all over the world. And, in India particularly, which is the land of my ancestors and land of my origin in this life. And it is, I feel it is about awaking to, wow, at what point did I internalize through colonized education systems that continue to pervade the world, that we have to follow the only guiding star of gross national product. Or I studied economics, and I remember I did not study about any of ancient economics principles of my culture. I was studying classical economics. I was studying that everything is scarce, like the chapter started with, everything is scarce and economics is about, allocating scarce resources. Wow, so much about abundance. Right? So I feel for me, it is about decolonizing myself and decolonizing the world. And that, dear friends, is a lifelong practice.
Wow, thank you so much. Jade, what about you?
There have been different chapters, and like every layer has brought me deeper in. But I would say probably in the last several years, when I started to like really get, like really get how much like our reality is vibrational and how nature communicates with vibration, and that I could contribute and tune in with my voice and bring song into the natural landscape, or just to create that bridge, that I could be a vibrational bridge for and use my voice as an offering. That really awakened something inside of me where I felt then like inspiration started to come through me in a whole new way. It was like nature was like, make a song about this now, and honor the trees now, and remind the humans about this principle, and so then it's like finding ways through lyrics and, finding the clever, working with the human mind and finding clever ways to kind of infiltrate the human mind with these codes that nature offers, and translating that into a way that we can experience as humans and then remember. So it was this awareness of the vibrational nature of reality, absolutely augmented in plant medicine journeys, where I'm like, oh, okay, like we get it now. And just really feeling how sound can affect the impact that sound can have in the natural environment. And then just really feeling how much nature like craves our song and craves our music and just craves us being in celebration in that way. And that was, since the beginning of time, that was a way in which we communed with nature. And so, yeah, just bringing that back. We all are.
One sec. There's something I just want to voice real quick, if it's okay. Just for those listening, this message of like, if you think that you can't hear the earth, or that we're somehow like some special beings that like got the channel or something, that's just totally not true. Yes, we are hearing it, but everybody can. And I just wanted to like insert that in here. You're probably looking for hearing like we hear each other, which is like a voice speaking English. And so it can feel like you're not hearing. But the invite is you hear in the way that you're going to hear. For me, that is like a felt sense, or listening to the synchronicities around me, or just, pure presence guiding me to little things in the room. But everybody hears different based on what you notice and feel. So the invite is to notice the way that you're already hearing the earth in your own way, because the messages are right here. It just doesn't necessarily sound like me talking to you.
Yes, you just spoke to exactly what I wanted you guys to share next. Thank you. Which is, every single person can do this. It's just slowing down and allowing your imagination to expand just a little bit more to allow this experience in. And Claire just shared some beautiful codes of how it is that she does this. I would love to hear from everyone else. If you were to share a transmission of what it feels like, of what it sounds like, what it tastes like, the sensorial experience of being in communion and opening yourself up to being a channel and a steward of the vision and voice of the earth. And Claire, feel free to share again, but like I'd love to hear from each of you for the audience, like help illuminate and expand the imagination by sharing what that is like in your body and your being.
Well, for me, it's choosing to be present first and foremost. And I feel like that already opens up communication. The intention to be present, even if nothing, and not expecting anything to happen, but just the choice to listen and to be curious about what listening even feels like or looks like. And making the choice just to, whether, and exploring with eyes closed, exploring with, our ear to the ground. I mean, we can do this outside, we can do this in nature, and then we can also do this, lying in our beds and just like tuning into the earth that is supporting us and all of the life in the earth that is underneath us at all times. So it's really, I mean, like, don't be afraid to use your imagination. I'm like, I feel like I communicate with my imagination, and I just trust whatever is coming through, whatever images come to me, whatever words or ideas come to me in that space. And then I also use my imagination to kind of explore and to wander what it's like underground, what it feels like under there. When I'm grounding myself in meditation, I'll just send my imagination down into the earth and just be open to that connection. So it's like, yeah, you can, don't be afraid to explore and use your imagination is what I want to say about that.
Thank you, Jade. For me, I would just say, I mean, this question has infinity in it, Marley. So how can we talk about infinity in this short time? But we can share a signpost. For me, again, I feel it's for each to sense in our own ways. But here's like my guidepost, something that is helpful for me, with the keen awareness that 5 senses are a subset of many other senses we have. What I like to do, starting with where I am, feel my feet connected with the ground, and whether my eyes are open or closed, just bring attention to each of the senses. What am I seeing? What am I hearing? What am I tasting? What am I touching, within me and wherever like I'm sitting. And I do feel that this seemingly simple meditation I often teach in my creative classes, suddenly it's like, oh my gosh, so much is here. But it is, I feel it's again about opening up, and bringing our awareness to multiverse that we inhabit actually in every given moment. So you can explore that with plant friends, or plant friends are everywhere. This is me, sans them. I love plant friends in all expansive forms, but that you can do it in any way and any permutation of, you want to do it alone, you want to do it in community, you want to do it safely in these times, holding hands. I feel whatever resonates with the way one's own spirit wishes to commune with other earth beings and the earth. It's like the ways are infinite. And Marley, you're yourself, I know you're asking us such beautiful questions. You're yourself part of this infinity, which you manifest in so many ways. I'm so tempted. Hey, Marley, what about you? I'm controlling myself.
I'll happily indulge you. Thank you. just listening to these answers right here, you know, Jade, I literally put myself in the sentience of these beautiful big leaves next to me as you talked about going to the sentience of the soil. And Neha, as you were speaking, I was like, oh yeah, smell is our first sense that we lose. And so I have lots of tricks, but I'll share just a little one with you, which is when I'm walking around, especially here in Bali or tropical places, there are flowers all over the ground. But whether they're on a bush or on a tree or on the ground, I have a little riddle that I sing to myself, and it's see a flower, pick it up, take a smell, it's for good luck. When it's brown, put it down, back to the earth it goes around. And then I'll just sing this. And it just brings me so much joy. And every single time that I smell a flower, it's like the flower is like, yes, receive me. Nature wants to be seen and heard. So that's a cute little one that I'll share. And thank you for asking. Veronica, what about you?
I'm loving that so deeply with my whole being. And I also had a little song that I was feeling, and I'm just going to offer it here because the way that I listen is through trance, and trance is an ancient technology that allows our ego to really just drain away and leave what is purely present in its place. And so this is a song that I've coded into my consciousness to help me empty, and it goes, earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, and fire my spirit. You can just keep repeating that, and even mentally it already starts to activate in me a connection with my subtle body. That's the energetic body, which is our spirit body that connects us to all that is. And in that sort of oceanic emptiness, that place of pure presence, we can really feel empowered to transcend our individuality and connect with the unity of consciousness. And from there, it's really about suspending disbelief that the earth is something outside of me and I am a Veronica, and really just allowing myself to rest in these intuitive impulses that arise. And so I'll do this when I'm walking a building site, when I'm on a land visit. And I'll just allow myself to be magnetized to different places and feelings. And you can feel this in your own body as sort of a tingling. If you send your awareness to your feet right now, you might just stay there for a moment breathing. And breath is pure life force energy. So when you attune to the breath and the space within your body, you're creating this interdependence, this interconnection, this interface with all that is, and the earth just naturally comes in. So for me, it's really an embodied state of ecstasy, of just ecstatic presence. And I think this is what the ancients meant when they talked about Tantra, which is just through the senses, becoming alive to what's truly here. And the voice of the earth is always here. She's always here for us. So that's what I have to transmit. Thank you for the question.
Yummy. I felt through each of you, like your connection with nature coming through, and it felt so good. It is absolutely Tantra, bringing our body alive through all of our senses. So this is my favorite part. You are all artists, and we are so incredibly lucky to get to hear, to see, and receive your art. And so if you haven't prepared something, please share something that you feel like is in collaboration with the earth, where you felt inspired and moved by Gaia. And whether that's a song, a dance, a poem, a story. And yeah, thank you so much for bringing that here so that we can all receive the magic that we just talked about together.
Is anyone else burning to go? Or should we do some song samples? Neha,
for music.
I felt okay. I have I'll play 3 short little clips of each, or at least 2, one of Marley and one of Jade, and then I want to make sure there's enough time, so I won't linger too long. But I think the part of, do you want to talk about this a little bit and what happened with the cicadas?
Yeah, so this was a song that came through with a group of people, so it was really beautiful. And what it is about is like finding each other in nature, celebrating and communing. In short, it's like it's finding ourselves around a fire, feeling the rhythm and the presence of the creatures of the night and the pulsing of the earth and the drum and our voices. And then the second verse is really like hearing the voice of creation and all of the elements. And so in producing this track, it's been really fun because there have been moments like the last session we had, we were looking for this like one specific sound for the hi-hat.
We were looking for a hi-hat. We're like, we need the perfect like
and then we found one, and then all of a sudden it was like, we need a cicada sample. And so then we like went and found a sample of the cicada, and it was just like perfect. And it, so it's like nature is kind of coming through. It's like the cicadas were like, hey, we want to be a part of this track. And then like there are owl sounds, and then the wind, and then we brought the wind and the waves and like layered the sound of wind and waves to be also like a part of the rhythm. So this has been a really fun experience of like literally listening for like who wants to come and play and like be a part of this soundscape. So that's what we're working on right now.
Yeah, I really love to take a sound that would normally be a drum or something that, you know, you just get bored with the sounds that are used so much, and then see what natural organic thing could replace it, like a cicada being the hi-hat, or like rocks clamming together being a snare. So let's see, do I have rights to share? Yes, I do. Okay. Welcome to my computer, everybody. Okay, here we go. So this is Sacred Flame, and I'll just play the beginning into the first drop, because in this first drop, you're going to be able to hear, if you listen, these little cicada hi-hats that we were talking about. So tune in.
If you want to just have the audio, there's a way that you don't have to share the video. You just click share again, and then advanced. And the third button says computer audio. So we get to see your beautiful face.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Learning new things every day. Okay, here we go. Everybody hear that? Yeah?
Yeah, beautiful.
In the heart of the forest is the beating of a drum, drum, drum. In the center of the circle is a fire that flickers like a serpent's tongue. In the heart of the forest is the beating of a drum, drum, drum. In the center of a circle is a fire that flickers like a serpent's tongue. Take my heart to the burning fire, burn away selfish desire. Take my heart to the sacred flame, I may never be the same. Take my heart to the burning embers, as I heal my soul remembers. Take my heart to the powdered ash, I will rise like a phoenix from my past. Burn me.
We're gonna stop it there.
That was the first time I've ever shared that with the world.
I think we both
vulnerable.
got the sweats. We were like, wait, it's coming out. Yeah, thank you. Were you able to hear those little cicada hi-hats? Yeah.
Yes, and it was amazing.
Marley, I'll let you share whatever you want to share about your piece.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to share a piece called Meeting of the Sisters, and it's a work in progress. I love to share works in progress with this community, but it is essentially channeled voice of the ocean. And when we think about the ocean, water holds history, and time is not linear. So this water that wraps around our planet holds all of existence story forward and back. And so when we really drop into the frequency of water, it's, oh, talk about infinite. So that's what this channel is about. And the whole thing is sung through my frame drum to the microphone, which creates a fantastic effect if you ever want to play with it. And yeah, so lots of vulnerability here, sharing work in progress. And really, this is, while I'm singing it, the producer is so important because they can hold that channel and they can go to a depth, and the depth that this woman, Clara, can go to. I mean, yeah, we were doing so many past life clearings and rewriting of timelines just through the recording of the song.
There was, one, can I talk about the note?
Yeah, you sure can. Yes.
We spent like 45 minutes or I don't know how long on this one note, which ends up, I call it like vocal alchemy or like soul retrieval through recording process, because sometimes these soul fragments come up to be healed actually in the process of you hearing your own voice back through the headphones. It's like really psychedelic. If you haven't done it before, I highly recommend it for everyone. And we got to this note and it started getting super crunchy, and we just kept like digging deeper into what's actually there. And in the process, finding like through Marley finding this note, we were curing within ourselves the essence of slavery. And that sounds like a big thing, and it felt like a big thing, and it is a big thing. And so like there's just this amazing transformational process that can happen in the recording studio. I'm so blessed to be a part of.
Yeah, thank you for speaking to that. Okay, I'm excited to see what part you're gonna play.
I was thinking just the beginning for a little while.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Let's just do that. Also first time shared. And I think last one, let's do, I would really love to have Harris's in here, just a clip, and then we'll move on, because I know we won't have time for Q&A here, but can you speak to the project that you two are doing together?
I will try. Harris is the genius, behind this project. She has 13 earth archetypes that she's channeled through, and we're taking one archetypal essence at a time, and over Zoom have been creating backing tracks that eventually she'll record her voice in her channel over. So we basically architected the scenes and the vibrational essences that she'll do her channel over, and it's going to go really far into a whole interactive theater knows, really, like we're just in the channel together and seeing what gets created out of it. It's funny, I pulled up the Innocence track. I meant to pull up the other, so I guess we're gonna play. So here we go. This is the second archetype, and then I'm just gonna play a little bit and guess that that's what's supposed to be heard right now. Oh yeah, here we took children's laughter and then turned it into a drum beat later on. The hummingbird wings in here are like one of my favorite parts.
Did you by chance stop sharing audio?
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Yay, I figured it out. It's like, what's happening?
Oh, thank you for saying something.
Of course, of course.
There's that hummingbird. We were really finding all of these sounds that represent innocence to us. And as it progresses on, I got to make kind of like a funky beat out of the laughter and these elements of nature. We'll stop there. So blessed to work with each of you, to play with each of you, and for the trust it requires to let me into the channel. And I'm gonna process. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Neha, Veronica, I'm so excited to see what you guys are bringing forward.
Great. V, do you want to go first?
I'll pass you the mic, sweetheart.
Okay, I'll be quick. So, and also I want to thank you all, Clarity, Jade, Marley and Harris. Wow, what a beautiful music. Feel so energized. Thank you. That was so fun. Speaking of playing, you can see my screen now, yeah? Right? Great. So this painting is a part of my ongoing series, which is about what the ancient earth wisdom, and particularly the wisdom of earth goddess, that I feel I hope we do reconnect with. And I just want to read out. So there are these ancient suktams, which are some of the oldest writings on Mother Earth in old texts of my tradition. And I wanted to share with you all this particular suktam, which inspires this piece. It is in Atharva Veda, and it's called Bhumi Suktam. Bhumi is a mother goddess, and there's a shloka which says that Bhumi is sustained by Satya, truth, rhythm, cosmic law of truth in movement, Ugra Diksha Tapaha, passionate devotion, Yajna, life-affirming offerings that connect human to the cosmic life. So this is my way of reconnecting with my roots, because again, I feel it connects to my colonized education, which I have only come more deeply into awareness about with my own passing years. And I feel I studied ample Shakespeare and ample Western literature in school, which my teachers, my English teacher was very proud of, and here I am communicating in the colonizer's language, in which I think and write and dream in. But I never studied our ancient texts. Zero part of curriculum, zero part. And in a very rushed urban life, my parents who partly had some transmission just because they grew up around so many elders in larger family systems, I feel I never learned it. So a part of my reclaiming and reconnecting with my own roots in my transatlantic immigrant life is to go back, read texts, the Sanskrit texts, and I studied Sanskrit 100 years ago, but you use it or you lose it. But sitting with a range of translations with my own limited sprinklings of remembrance of Sanskrit, which my nani, my grandmother, was a scholar in, and seeing, what are they inspiring? What do these spiritual ecologies of Earth mean for my own climate activism and life as an artist? So this is one of my pieces where I see heart people, I see a flower of life, I see earth people who are also water people, surrounded by creatures of all the elements. So I'll just stop here. So wonderful weekend share, but that's a glimpse. Thank you for receiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. That's beautiful.
Yes, thank you so much, Neha, Clarity, Jade. All the art here is so beautifully, deeply touching, and I offer now Gaiatika. So Gaiatika is a temple to this new earth, this new consciousness that we are birthing, and she lives here in Costa Rica, and I'm going to introduce you to her by first showing you this image of what lies beneath her foundation. And when I was first asked to design this building at the center of the Julia and David White Artist Colony, I first said no, because I didn't feel like there were the right conditions to manifest something that was better than the pure nature that was already there. But I listened deeply and the call grew stronger. And so I went to the indigenous elders, the Wetar people who live in Kitirisi here nearby, and they were the ancestral stewards of this land. And I asked permission to develop something on this land. And the elder that I spoke with was so confused. He said, of course. But that simple request for permission is already alchemy and healing. And so what I did to honor his permission was to place beneath the foundation of the floor of the building these symbols: grass for life, seeds for birth, and bones for death. And to incorporate this cycle within the architecture already as the foundation for the space. And now I'll share with you the space. Actually, I'm going to share it without sound so I can narrate. So this is Gaiatika. And as you go down these steps, you're entering into a space which evokes the Great Mother. And it has a quality of embrace, which is a return to the womb, a return to the essence of what it is to be held as a human by the earth. The earth is always pulling us close to her in an embrace through the gravity that we experience. And I used organic forms here, these curving, circular, wavy shapes are a stark contrast to the 90-degree angles that we encounter in our everyday world. And that has had the impact on people who visit that they tell me that, you know, they don't understand why buildings aren't designed like this. They've never been in a space that's so round and so open, and that it's changed the way they see buildings in the world. And these are symbols that correspond to the 7 chakras, which a local stained glass artist created. And this has a crystalline frequency embedded in it. This symbolism reaches into our DNA. And this window is another local Costa Rican artist, Sylvia Lax. And she uses color and form to evoke a spiritual experience of connecting with the divine feminine. So there's sacred geometry at the heart of this structure, and simply being in it already starts to heal you. You can see these timbers as well are holding up the roof. We had a really powerful journey to find these columns and beams. They're actually fallen branches from a tree at a neighboring farm. And they have this celebratory feeling. This space is a performance space. And this tree that you're about to see, I think, is giving the most spectacular performance. She blossomed 3 days before the inauguration of the space, as if in recognition of the rightness of it. And finally, you're looking at a reciprocal roof structure. Each one of these beams relies on the one beneath it to support it. And that is a transmission of interconnectedness, something that can remind us of our connection to each other and to the earth. And so I'll just leave you with a few more images of the space and invite you to receive. So I'll just say that this practice of land listening is one that I've undertaken at a building level, but also a community level, because one of my favorite things to do is offer master planning workshops and guide intentional communities or regenerative communities through the practice of land listening and empower them to be their own architects. And that has also a global scale as well. So these nested holes are part of my practice of visionary architecture. And this is a framework called geodesign, which the earth has been channeling through me and others, where we're bringing together science and local wisdom with information technology to empower good design decisions. And this is the recent project that I've been working on in Design Science Studio, which is an interactive globe that points us toward problems and solutions. So this holistic practice of visionary architecture is what I offer, because architecture is sound and vibration made visible. So I'm honored to sit beside all of you. Thank you.
I love it. There is sound and vibration made visible. It absolutely is. This is so magical. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your art. And what I would love for you to do, panelists, is please put your contact information in the chat so that everybody knows how to reach out to you, including your website if you have it, your social media handle if you have it, your email if you'd like to share it, and how it is that they can get in touch with you and what for, whether that's music production or temple creation or musical collaboration and earth activism. Like, what is it that you are offering? Where do you want to collaborate? Where do you want support? And put that in the chat so people can copy and paste it. We have 10 minutes left here, and I know that our audience is juiced up with shares and questions of their own. So if you can, go ahead and raise your hand if you would like to ask a question, and we'll just call on you from there. Digital hand's the easiest because it pops you right up to the front. Yeah, Stroopy, please go ahead, unmute yourself.
Hi. Thank you all so much for everything you've been sharing with us. Really resonated very deeply. And there is one thing that I wanted to share in response to that question about how do you feel the earth when you listen to it? How do you do that? How does one do it? And the way, like 3 ways that I practice are, one is to be always open to the invitations that the universe is throwing us at all given moments, of these tiny little signals and signs that are out there and want to be noticed. And if we just allow them to come to our attention and be drawn out by them, there is an abundance of wonder that unfolds before us and around us. The second thing is to not only use my eyes focused on one specific thing, but also from time to time focus on the whole that I see. And in particular, looking at trees, for instance, I find this incredibly moving, because if I only look at one leaf, I may see that leaf moving, but if I let my gaze open up, I see the whole forest moving and breathing with the wind. And that is something, you were speaking of plant medicines and these kinds of things, and I have a long-lasting relationship with the hemp as well. But this kind of noticing those minute movements that I can also feel when I'm sitting on my tree ship, because it's moving just with that tiniest bit of wind that I can see in the twigs around me. That's something I've been taught by these medicines too, and to bring that back into the everyday awareness is something precious, I think. And the third one is to use a sense that we usually don't think of as such, which is our voice. Because all of the universe is made of sound. And our voice is our voice of earth that we can listen to. And it is our way to listen to the place we're in. Because as we sound, it reverberates. it sounds with us. And earlier today, Claire was speaking to how do you go into sound archaeology? How can you find out about the sound of these caves, for instance, where all those rock drawings are really in places that sound first and foremost, because that's why they were drawn to draw in there. And the answer is to be sounding while we're moving around in the landscape, because whenever you reach a place between the trees or a rock or whatever that resonates, it will speak to you, and then you can tune into that and find that resonance and go singing. And you know, you've probably noticed I can't really help myself playing with every word that I hear and listen to here, but that is something I do with everyone around me, with the chicken, the cats, the birds, the trees, everybody, the sheep, everyone I meet, everyone who sounds to me.
Thank you so much,
back.
Drupi. Thank you for sharing this. Those are really deep codes. We're going to call on Dean, one last person. We're in the last 4 minutes here, and appreciate that.
As you were singing the song, this is a picture of smoke that I took. And this is a picture of smoke that I took. And as I was listening to you, I was in a microscope looking at the microorganisms that I get to put in the soil in order to grow my cannabis. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dean. I love that. And then Caldero, I don't know if you're present. I know that you had said that you wanted to share a clip of a song. Would you like to close out this panel with the very ending of a clip, if you're here? All right. Well, then let's all bring it in.
I do have a little question, Marley. Can I close it out?
Yes, please, Roxy.
Yeah. I need to get you in the same screen so I'm not looking over here. Thank you all for all that you're doing and all that you've done and all the wisdom that you've shared and all of the mediums through which you're working and channeling. I have a question that I had posted in the chat a little while ago, and I just wanted to bring it back up. Thank you, Neha, for nudging me, about the relationship of privilege to listening to the earth. And just knowing that there are many people who live in concrete jungles, and there are many people who don't feel safe to get close to the earth, and that there is a very real relationship with how we continue to find that connection despite our place. And so I think I think the question kind of also lies in the space of how do you, when you are in cities and when you might not have the privilege to get to be deep in the source, help to continue to be a channel for that in support of equity for all life, knowing that so many do not have the privilege to get to be in those places and spaces.
I actually think privilege comes in having time to relax, not where you are. I think it's getting to all the time to just make enough to support a family. Privilege is that I life where I can relax in the middle of the day, and that's when things start to come in. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
You broke up a little bit. I think you said privilege for you is more about the slowness and having space. Is that? Yeah. Okay.
I would just quickly add, Roxy, thank you for that question. I feel we all have privilege. If we are here, we have, a certain kind of privilege. And I do feel it is how do we live with privilege, with the discomfort of privilege? How do we become comfortable with it? And what are we going to do with that discomfort in our own lives and for lives of others? Because the truth is, I was thinking about it for last few days. It is a privilege to have green space, to have a lawn is a privilege. The fact that I can look at sky from my window, it's a privilege. I could not see the sky from the last home I lived in Delhi. And when I did look at it, it was filled with smog. So we all have privilege. It takes many forms, of multiple. I feel it's shape shifting, and to me, it's really important. That's why in my art and climate justice activism are deeply tied together. And this is what pulled me into Design Science Studio, because I heard this beautiful bohemian art call in the same sentence as equity and justice. so I feel it is a beautiful, powerful question, and maybe such a beautiful question to take away from the, as we go from all the beautiful lessons of this panel. What are we going to do with our privilege?
I love that. I want to pop just one thing in because I love this. Privilege can be such an exciting word, and it really helps us reshape what is privilege. Because I grew up with absolutely nothing besides a small house in a little podunk town in Missouri with a forest behind my yard. And that's what brought me into it. That was my privilege. And when I go and I worked with these small gypsy families in India who live in the desert under tarps, and I see their joy, their infinite joy, and them living directly on the dirt. That's privilege. And my friend, one of my dear friends, Freely, who doesn't wear shoes and lives in the jungle and only eats foraged food from the Aina, he has so much privilege. And so I love this question because it really lets us understand, how are we trying to shape and cultivate and refine and moderate our lives in privilege? And what is it that's actually a privilege?
Anything you want to add, Veronica?
Yes, I think what's coming up for me is resonance with everything that's been shared, amplifying the voices of those who've come before me, and also the privilege of education, to be able to understand how to care for our rivers, how to link social and environmental issues, and have the wisdom to make a difference. I really feel that we are able to make such a difference when we have the power of knowledge, and that power is the greatest privilege that I believe that I have. And so in answering Neha's question is, what are we doing with this privilege that we have? I think it's really, looking deeply into the darkest places. A majority of humanity lives in cities now. We've crossed that threshold. We live in urban environments primarily. And how can we make those equitable and just and inclusive, and activate participatory planning processes in urban communities? And how can we bring new technologies that are actually old technologies, like growing food, into those dark places? And how can we make sure that people are getting access to water in a healthy and affordable way? These are all questions that each one of us is empowered to ask and answer. And I look forward to more conversations about this, because it is where we are.
Thank you. Thank you all for your thoughts on this. I very fully resonate with everything that you said, from having space to actually slow down, which Shanita was talking about the other day in the architecture alchemy conversation. and what do we do with our privilege, and how do we relate to it, and what does it mean? Marley, whenever you were saying, maybe it's not a matter of money, but it's a matter of potentially one of parts of the spectrum is access to the earth, which is part of what I was like bringing in the question around. And then how do we reorient to participatory design in cities and urban environments to like reconnect to the village, even when those villages are more concentrated. So yeah, I'm excited by thank you again, Neha, for the nudge, that this is an opportunity for us to take like this beautiful invitation to listen more deeply and weave it in to the offerings that we bring into this earth, and see how we might use the beautiful gifts that we have, and the time and the space that we have, that we do, as Julian was saying in the chat, right? Like we do feel safe enough that we're not, we're having to worry about the basic needs. I won't speak for everyone, but I will say that for the most part, if we're able to have this conversation, we feel safe enough in this moment that we can revel in this conversation. And so, so I look forward to seeing how all of your work continues to permeate and inspire others to in their connection, and as the voice of the earth, and to reconnect to that helps us all feel safe, so that we can have a future that works for all life. So thank you. I'm so inspired by all of you. And
thank you, Roxy. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Marley, for being the most amazing speaker. Wow, thank you,
Marley.
Seriously, look at the way you wove this group.
Love.
Thank
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, I want to thank all of you for the superpowers, the embracing joy of reminding us what it means to be human on Earth, to restore our personhood, and in informing the stories of Regenera and bringing back the true nature of what it means to be in nature and to be natural, to be a human, to be a being that is human with feelings and experiences, because we are so trained away from our feelings, from our natural inclinations, that it's restored my joy. And I have seen in my experience of the architecture and the music, the rebirth of the natural, the rebirth of the what feels right. And for us to bring balance back to our systems, this is what we must embrace. We must embrace the power of the storms, the beauty of the rain, the forest when it is singing to us on a natural level. And this is what I have experienced in listening to all of you, that we're looking for sounds in nature to entertain ourselves. We're looking for colors that speak to us. And this embracing is so wonderful to behold, and we need to move forward with these gentle, powerful energies that nature cannot be denied in everything we do. And this has just been so wonderful and so marvelous. I thank all of you for your contribution. And everyone has seen where to get a hold of you, where to ask further questions, because I know I've got 100 questions I haven't formulated yet. And I just want to thank you for this beautiful panel. And we will be moving to another natural voice. And thank you. It is my privilege to introduce Maria Andrea. Truly a beautiful voice and a beautiful spirit that embodies what we've just come from, the power of nature, the power of joy. And pardon me, Maria, it's I'd like to hear what you're going to present. I'm a little from from my Regenera perspective, I am a very new citizen, and trying to speak to. I did want to remind people that there is a story of Regenera, and you may take a citizenship, but Maria, it's as I've said, this is a privilege, and
Same wise.
I have heard your songs before, and the beauty of your art. So it is. I'm just. I didn't know I'd be this nervous. I apologize.
It's a lot of energy going through. I'm welcoming it, excited. Thank you. It's a compliment from me. I come as a citizen of Regenera, bringing a message of what is going on over here. Citizens of Regenera learn that human connection is a huge part of our lives. How we hold each other. We've learned to love ourselves first, to know how to love others. We needed a strong community that embraced life. Joy and play became the glue of our civilization. The recognition of our own nature became a centerpiece in our designs and endeavors. Animals, group mammals, we rely on intimacy and shared pleasure to bond profoundly. We recognized our creative power and connected again to the source of life. Intimacy is removing the masks, seeing eye to eye, being able to strip down to our most vulnerable selves and be present and surrender into everything the universe and nature wants to give us. After all the pain and sorrow humanity went through, we remembered we are, as nature, life givers. I'll share with you one of our brightest tools in the box. Are you ready?
Yes.
Close your eyes. Surrender. Receive. Feel the body. Breathe. Experience the body changes while breathing. In and out. In and out. Notice the cycles we are in. Light, dark, day, night, inhale, exhale, life and death. We let go of what was and welcome what is. Curiosity and compassion receive whatever comes up, in and out. Each inhale brings us new life, and each exhale gives us room and space. We find peace in the void where answers live. With a quiet mind, we feel. We sense with our full material expression, our matter connected to the whole. Welcome into the body with your hands, with your back straight, pointing towards the sky. Move your hips back, arching the back. Inhale, hips forward, hollow front body. Exhale. Welcome in the sound. Picture how your body fills up with joy, light, life. Feel your body, what you're giving away, what comes in. Let a little side out. Embrace yourself with your hands and thank you for this moment, for giving your time, your space, yourself a little bit of joy and play and love to yourselves. Just so we know the feeling of what we give and what we receive. Place your hands in the heart. Give yourselves a big hug. Let out a sigh. Move a little side to side. Feel the vibration of your voice. And we remember we are ourselves an expression of the love that is everywhere around nature, within and without ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking us through that flow, that water that just wants to go wherever it will take us. How beautiful is that? Citizens of Regeneration, we are here now to go even deeper, to share with you all the possibilities that the water brings us. So what I'd like to do now is introduce you to two friends of mine who I've played in this puddle many a time. Maxie Cohn is an award-winning film and video maker and artist. Her films have played in movie theaters, festivals, and on TV internationally, and have influenced two generations of filmmakers. Her work has created visible social change and is in permanent museum collections. And the crazy thing about the way water flows is Maxie and I crossed paths through a dear friend in Germany who helped her produce a film many moons ago. And then there's Pamela, who's an artist and fabricator focused on using the components of reality to make something new. She solves leftover scraps into furniture and unplanned moments into photos and videos. Now she is transforming today's visions into tomorrow's regenerative economy through nonfiction, a game for collaborative story building. The funny thing about Pamela is in an earlier session, we did this speed dating thing where we got to know each other a little more. Pamela helped me in Mora as a collaborateur. And I asked her in that session, tell me something I don't know about you. And she said, well, I do lots of different things. I said, well, how did you end up in Mora with this beautiful exhibit about water? And she said, well, I've been working with Maxie Combe for years. And I was like, what? So here we are with Pamela and Maxie to share their flow. Please join us. Hi, Pamela.
Hi.
Is Maxie here?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Anyway, Maxie is the reason why I'm actually at the Design Science Studio, because she.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, there she is.
There she is. Hi, Maxie.
I have to walk away. Hold on. I have another Zoom in my other ear I have to pull out. Hold on. Oh my God.
Okay, we missed you so much. I can't believe you're here again.
Hi, Maxie.
In the Design Science Studio last year. How wonderful.
Hi.
Welcome.
All right. Oh, do you want me to start a video or do you want me to introduce it? Hi.
Yeah, please share with us the path, the flow, how you got here, and where we're going to go.
Okie doke. Oh God, how do I turn this thing off? Okay. So hi there. I'm so happy to be here on the day of reconciliation and commitment. And I, of course, congratulate everybody in cohort 2, and I was thrilled to be in the first cohort with a project called The Movement in Water, which is making great progress. So, but the reason that I'm here this evening is because I want to show you a 9-minute highlight of a film that I'm making called Ayahuasca Diaries. I am an artist and a filmmaker. I mostly have made films, feature-length films, and I've been a practitioner of ayahuasca for over 3 decades. And this is the 3rd film that I've made. If you've seen the last film, which I executive produced, From Shock to Awe, I should tell you that it's played in over 65 countries and has saved more lives than any film I know. So if you are interested, you can go to FromShockToAwe.com and you can see the film on Amazon, whatever. But I am showing you these 9 minutes because I want to encourage you or see if it inspires you to see the rough cut of the film that I'm making. And you think, I've never shown this publicly a film before that isn't finished, that isn't complete, but it feels like it's ready to show. And I'm always looking for feedback. And of course, the funding to finish it, which has come through MAPS, a 501c3, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. So let me tell you what you're about to see. I'm making a film, and listen, ayahuasca is now being used in more than 60 countries. So I thought it was really important to make a film for people who are curious and people who are well initiated. The film is intended to inspire sacred reciprocity to the Amazonian tribes, which has gifted us this elixir, and to show how ayahuasca is transforming world culture and how it can help us save the Amazon. So I don't know if after we show this, there'll be time for any Q&A. I do know we're going to show 75 minutes on Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern time. And Pamela, do you want to run the 9 minutes?
I am ready.
And you will have some time after for Q&A. Things are a little bit early, which is awesome. So we can have a little chat after.
Okay, sorry I was a little late.
No. You're great. We are never early. So it's perfect. Thank you, Maxie. So excited. Welcome back.
A ayahuasca não é uma droga. A ayahuasca é uma medicina que é uma medicina, uma sabedoria, uma maestra, um maestro que ensina ao espírito a nossa vida.
Através da bebida da ayahuasca, nós despertamos o Deus que existe em nós. É como a gente ter um espelho. Você vê o que está dentro de você. A medicina consegue adentrar em nossos corações.
I really went in with an open mind, flew down to Brazil, just for an overnight trip. I didn't even know about the concept of integration or anything like that. I really went down to have this one-night ayahuasca ceremony. And very skeptical, but I also had the attitude of if there was something out there in the universe that I wasn't familiar with, this was my chance to really be shown what it was. It was the most profound experience of my life.
I drank ayahuasca in 5 ceremonies, and that completely transformed my life. I never did heroin again.
I definitely have less fear of death, having died maybe 300 times in that 4-hour period.
The thing about ayahuasca is that unlike therapy and any kind of medication you could take, it is permanent.
I had in my first experience, I had anaconda coming up my ass and coming up into my mouth and clearing all myself. And this jaguar came in and I had a whole experience there. And when I shared this experience, which I thought that was like wild because my body turned into an anaconda, he was telling me how he works. He told me that this is how he do cleansing. You know, so it wasn't just like my vision, it was also this shaman's intention and work. So I could put this together.
The name of ayahuasca in Tucano is Carpi, and actually we were one of the first nations to have this contact with Western science. That is why the scientific name of the ayahuasca vine is Banisteriopsis carpi.
The FDA has approved a phase 1 clinical trial of ayahuasca that will be executed at Ames Institute in Seattle.
The regular use of ayahuasca can fend off the consequence of leaky gut. It can mitigate chronic low-grade inflammation, and
what about
if
the guy that
it
just
does,
died?
then all the consequences of chronic low-grade inflammation can be prevented. Alzheimer is big time related to chronic low-grade inflammation and cellular stress.
I think one thing we can learn also from the indigenous communities, for them there is no such thing as individual health. The individual health is completely connected to the community health and to the health of the territories, of nature. And so, you know, bringing those all together, I think that's something ayahuasca can facilitate.
¿Por qué cultivamos, por qué tomamos esa bebida tan sagrada, ese brebaje? ¿Por qué? Porque es la cura del alma, es la vida de los pueblos indígenas, es la guía para seguir perviviendo, seguir resistiendo a todos los conflictos que nosotros hemos vivido en nuestro país, Colombia.
Bolsonaro infamously said, "A good Indian is a dead Indian," which just tells you everything you need to know about their approach to ayahuasca and indigenous communities more generally.
El papá de mis hijos fueron masacrados, 8 personas. ¿Y cuántas mujeres quedamos solas? Que muchos han sido desplazados los pueblos indígenas y andan sufriendo en Bogotá, mendigando cuando tenían toda la tierra, riqueza, comiendo el pescado, danzando en el universo. Y ahora estar esclavos por allá, tirados, mendigando. Y nuestros hijos huérfanos que han sufrido, hemos sufrido.
Porque vivimos en un conflicto armado. Los gobernantes que tenemos están llenos de conflictos, tenemos políticos corruptos, entonces ellos manejan, y eso es lo que nos han dañado mucho peor. Cuando estamos en ceremonia vienen helicópteros bombardeando por ahí, entonces parece que uno se va a acabar el mundo en medio de ceremonia. Hemos sufrido esos impactos, que por otro mundo lo llaman trastorno de estrés postraumático. Y para nosotros es la posesión de esa mala energía, de ese espíritu que nos quiere hacer daño a nosotros.
I spent a couple of years living with people who viewed me as a kind of vampire, pale skin, and from a culture that has been extracting obsessively for the last 500 years. And at some point, I simply vowed to try to prove them wrong as far as I was concerned. It's actually quite difficult to prove that you're not a vampire. But one way of going about it, because as an anthropologist, I was extracting data. It was actually true that I was an extractor. Living with people, you extract data, you go back and you write your dissertation for your own personal benefit and become a doctor. Hey, that's a form of non-material extraction.
To protect the Amazon, we must protect indigenous rights and territories. And if we do that, if we're successful in doing that, we will be protecting biodiversity. We will be protecting our global climate.
The idea that some people want to avoid the psychedelic experience because they believe that it's just going to put them into some Zen state of complacency is completely untrue. Actually, what it does is it allows us and helps us to be in dialogue with the living planet. And for me, it's the source material for the political work.
You know, when we look back at all these social changes that came so fast and so furiously, I mean, women going from the kitchen to the boardroom, gay people from the closet to the altar, black people from the woodshed to the White House within a generation or two, the one, ingredient that's always sort of expunged from the recipe of social change is the fact that millions of us, for better or for worse, lay prostrate before the gates of awe, having taken a psychedelic.
Cada tempo tira, o Bueno chega ensinando, por isso que muito encantado, muito espiritual. Vem trazer, ainda mais vem ensinar, traz a voz ainda para o Runiquim.
Para nosotros, la educación ancestral en el pueblo Abajún ha sido ya la toma de ayahuasca, así como actualmente la civilización moderna tiene inicial, tiene primaria, tiene secundaria y tiene superior.
I mean, Stephen Jobs famously said he doesn't think the internet would have, he didn't think the internet would have happened without LSD.
Ayahuasca is an irrepressible force. It clearly is a volitional entity, and it's on some kind of a mission, and we're part of that mission.
During all that era, the reason so much heat came down on these substances is because they were so subversive, and our parents would say to us, don't take that stuff, you'll never come back the same. And what they didn't realize, of course, is that that was the entire bloody point. We didn't want to come back the same, and we didn't.
So, if you are so moved, come Thursday night to see the film, and feel free to spread the particularly to anybody that you think might be interested, could be a supporter of the film, contribution small or large. Producing credits are available, questions are available now. I'm happy to do, am I supposed to look here and see if there are any questions in the chat? How does this work?
So far, I don't see chat questions, but I see a hand raised from Della, so I'm going to bring her up.
Okay.
Della, you'll just have to unmute.
Yeah, hi, Maxie. I'm sorry I did get in only halfway through the film, but wow, what an incredible statement of the importance of the spiritual lives of these people. I fortunately had the experience in the 80s of working with a shaman for 7 years. And so I sat through a lot of ceremonies, and I know that the ceremonies, whether they're involving the ayahuasca or the other, or just the traditional ceremonies, are so special to these people and so important in their spiritual development. And that's what I got when I kind of sat in here and I started hearing this and thought, wow, this is something important. Because just because we maybe don't understand it doesn't mean it's not valid. And it's not important. And it's very important for the spirituality of the earth, because these people are living in such a beautiful spiritual way. Anyways, I just wanted to comment. And I guess I'm saying, where were you actually filming that yourself? I didn't catch the beginning.
I've been filming tribes from Peru, Brazil, and Colombia, and filming in a number of locations.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I had the pleasure of working with two Peruvian shamans actually this past year, and they were giving courses and teaching stuff that was so important to understanding kind of what's going on in the world today. From their ancient knowledge, the ceremonies and I think it's just, I mean, I touched on it with them, working with them both about 3 months, but I could barely touch on it. There was so much information and it was so vast. And
well, if you want to connect me with who they were or whatever, be in touch, put it in the chat. And
oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, actually, 3 different shamans. One, Don Oscar Kira Casada. I don't know if you know him. He's from Peru. Don Oscar Kira Casada, and a beautiful man that he's got incredible teachings. Wow. And then another Mexican healer actually that I was working with, because I love the shamanic healing actually. I love finding out about it. It's so much knowledge, and yeah, I congratulate you for doing that.
Thank you. Julian?
Yes, Julian or Julian, gracias. Hi, Maxi. I just got to say, really like the work that you are doing. You're collecting information from so many different parts of this problematic, right? I grew up in Colombia and have experienced directly some of these problems there, and also have seen some communities move or disappear there. So I think it's just amazing the way that you're putting all this information here. And I understand that it's two things, right? It's how important and how powerful these medicines are, right? In one hand, and the other hand, how to make this accessible for everyone without hurting that balance over there. So I'm really happy to see your work. I will love to see the whole movie, of course. And my question is, in your documentation or research, how do you see this tension between conserving those traditions and people that are in those places, and the let's say the necessity for this medicine around the world? What do you see that it's possible there to balance that problematic? Thanks.
Well, this is an issue, and so what I've done is, or what I'm doing is trying to present all sides so that we don't forget these tribes, and that we understand that the gift that they have given us, that we owe something for that. And certainly for the world, we need to preserve, for our world to exist, we need to preserve the Amazon. On the other hand, and I know this is controversial, one of the people that I interviewed, for example, is a Palestinian, and there's a group of Palestinians that are drinking with Israelis. These are people who at one point were really killing each other and hating each other, who are now actually, ironically, I discovered that while they are drinking underground, above ground, they are doing political work in the area of water, because we all need water to live, and in the West Bank, water is a major issue because Israel controls a lot of the water, or Israelis control a lot of the water. So, but what I love, what the Palestinians said is peace treaties are just about dealing with fear. But to really create peace, you really have to deal with your own personal trauma. Mm-hmm. So, a number of the tribes have issues with this appropriation of taking ayahuasca out of the Amazon. But we have to also see how valuable it is for this medicine to reach into our modern culture. I spoke to a number of psychiatrists, and they all said the same thing. There is nothing quite like it that has ever shown up that can do more valuable work in the area of psychiatry as quickly and as deeply.
Yes, that's part of why it's so important for everyone. And the issue becomes when trying to reach to these plants and creating more and consumption, it becomes also some land possession again, and some destruction of the Amazon to create more spaces to create these ceremonies. And I really like to see a little more of the film, see what else it's there.
Pacific time.
Thank you.
Hi, Roxy. Maxie. So I have a question, and I've moved up to the eastern slopes of the Cascades, the land of Inside Out, and this is a beautiful photo behind me of a cloud balanced over the mountain, where the water comes from. Right? I learned that from you last year, how important the cycles are. And I've met some folks up here who actually lead ayahuasca ceremonies inside of a geodesic dome. And my question for you is, how is this happening to bring it from its natural environment, from those who really understand how to work with it, into the world, like you're suggesting, and many other folks are suggesting. And yet there's loss. There's people that we know that we've lost from such a journey. And how do we know that we're with somebody who can guide us well, or that our bodies are able to receive it well, and maybe not be allergic to it or something? How is that happening, and how is that being communicated through your film, if it is?
Well, it definitely, there are a number of things, and I think that it's good to draw attention to that, because this is not for everyone, and it certainly is not for anyone who is pushed to do it by anyone else. And it certainly is not even for people, I think, who are curious. It's really, really for people who are called to it. There is, I've never heard of anybody being allergic to it. There have been very few people who have. I've actually only heard of one person who died. Maybe there was more than one. And you don't know what the circumstance is. You know, you don't know if there was another circumstance. Certainly it seems like a good way to go, but I think that if one is concerned, and there was a moment when I was concerned, when I actually went to someone to see if my body was strong enough, and if I was in good shape to do this. So there are doctors in the United States who are I know a number of them who've been working with this for 10, 20 years. And it's good, if you have any doubt at all, to consult someone. I think that makes a great deal of sense. I mean, if I had any doubt about taking something, I would definitely talk to someone who I felt would know. That I just want to say this, what you brought up earlier is much more complex, which is how to decipher the mysteries, because especially for us, in the jungle, women take this while they're pregnant. And the first film I made, which is about the Santo Daime, in the Amazon, in this community, the first thing they do when a child is born is they put a drop of ayahuasca on the baby's lips. Instead of slapping them, they put this on their lips. They have a very strong immune system, and the level of child mortality is quite low compared to the rest of the Amazon. So, but how to interpret what happens, or how to deal with what happens, is not always easy. And integration is the most important part, because if you take this and you drink ayahuasca and you don't integrate what the teachings are, or what's going on, then it's really not, it's not of the same value. So it's always good to find somebody to help in terms of integration if needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just seems like any journey, you need a good shepherd, you need a good Sherpa, you need somebody who can guide you. And if this is becoming wider spread, I can imagine there's a lot of folks that are not experienced enough, and yet are soliciting to take you on that journey. So
one of the reasons why I'm making this film is to make sure we don't have any disasters, and to really help people integrate.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxie. This was incredible. Just, it brings so much hope knowing about these entheogens, and thinking about raising the planet's consciousness and elevating us to that state of mind where we can start using our tools for livingry instead of weaponry, like Bucky always says. Now I'm really excited to introduce our next incredible presenter. Her name is Carol. and she's a creative producer and director from Spain. She is teaching us to connect with the cosmic consciousness with Sun Beyond XR. It's a VR experience developed by Optimal XR, designed with Tibetan Buddhist lamas, designers, and scientists. And the intention is to tame the mind and reduce anxiety and other stress-related chronic disorders. So we're so excited to have Caro here, and she's inviting you to enter into your own perception and to access new revelations for your own visions and your own purposes. Welcome, Caro.
Nice, thank you so much, Summer. I was not supposed to be here at the moment. I was in the morning if you were there presenting Parousia. This is a completely different project, nothing to do with it. As a person with ADD, I work in many projects at the same time. So yeah, it's a pity that you cannot meet Virginia, because oh my God, you will fall in love with her. But her dog just died like 30 minutes ago. So sending love to Virginia from here. So I'm going to present our project. She's the content lead and the creative director. So we do different things. But yeah, I'm excited about presenting. This is the very first time I'm presenting this in public, so it's pretty cool. Can't wait to hear your feedback. And we're hiring people. So yeah, if this resonates at the end of the presentation, maybe we can talk, and if you have questions. So yeah, well, we are developing a Optimal XR to tackle problems like mental disorders and mental health that are related to loneliness and depression. And yeah, one of the solutions that we think that can help is that if people are able to identify their emotions and they have a practice that they can follow in order to express them and release them, this might help to learn how to tame the mind. And what we want to do is create a bridge between ancestral wisdom and technology, in this case virtual reality, and wellness. So right now we are creating this with about Buddhism, like Tibetan Buddhism, but who knows, if this goes well, we can create this with other traditions like Los Queros from Peru, for example. We're already in contact with them, so that would be amazing. So cool. And like keep doing this, bringing ancient traditions to virtual reality and the metaverse. How cool. I think it's super cool. So we are starting with Sun Beyond, which is our very first prototype. And it's a VR experience to tame the mind, harmonize emotions, and cultivate a practice. And it's gonna be animated, and it's gonna be so amazing. And we're working with our Dharma teacher. His name is Khenpo Sandum Rinpoche. He's amazing. He was born in the Tibet, and he's leading different Dharma centers in Ohio and Washington and Mexico, and now he's also doing things in Brazil. Like, he's everywhere, he's on it. And it was great to be able to meet the whole community. Virginia has been practicing and studying with him for, I think 3 years now. I had I'm so glad that I was able to start working with him 1 year ago. So yeah, we're learning so much. It feels very interesting when these kind of projects arrive to your state, to your present, right? Because suddenly you have to learn specific things, and your life changes a little bit because of these learnings, because of the research that we are doing for this project. So I don't know if you know much about Buddhism, but the central aspiration of the Dharma practice is to discover stillness and to let go of attachment and really to tame the mind and cultivate compassion and love for all sentient things. And to do that, they have many different tools to cultivate this loving kindness and the bodhicitta. And we decided to, okay, let's just imagine that we are putting on the headset. Okay, so I will walk you through what we are imagining. We are in pre-production yet. We will start production in July, which is great because we have been looking for a producer for 3 months already. It's so difficult to find a producer. And we also try to work with people that have their own practice, because if not, it will not be 100% aligned. We'll need people that are like also following their own path. It doesn't need to be Buddhism, right? But like that this is like important for them. So it's been quite a challenge to find a person that does a practice and is a producer that has done animation before and does VR. But I think we have it now. We're almost there. So, bueno, the idea is that we will enter with a prayer that we will hear in the titles, and Kempo will be doing it, and that's fantastic. And then you will have the opportunity to, you have two options. You can identify your emotions, or you can go to your garden. So let's say if we go first to identify your emotions, there are so many wheels of emotions, like so many, I promise. So we have been studying them a lot. We work with scientists and psychologists to develop all these things, so we are not just making it up, because we want to use this as a tool for digital therapeutics in the future, right? So working with the psychologists, this is the 12 emotions that we decided to work with. And let's say that you click on, I'm feeling angry, okay. Then another wheel opens. This is a mock-up, by the way. It's not gonna be like this, but it's easy to visualize it this way. This is gonna be like immersive, you know, in like virtual reality. So no flat things, thank you. So when you, for example, open, like select the emotion of anger, then another wheel opens and you have 3 different practices that you can do in order to tame that emotion. So you will have mantra chanting, and in this case, for example, the White Data mantra will help you. You will have a teaching that it's going to be a very interesting animation, and I'm so excited about creating that. And in this case, for example, we'll be transforming anger into love, loving kindness, for example, no sé. And a guided meditation. And this way, after completing that, Nativa, which is an AI that we want to develop that will be in all our products, pues this is not Nativa, this is just a mock-up, ¿vale? But she will come after completing the experience and she will give you a seed of light. And she will also ask you to rate your experience, because we need data, because if we want to then put this in therapeutic, like in the hospitals or whatever, we need to create a paper. So we will be collecting data through biometrics during the whole experience, and also through this kind of like, rate your experience. So you get your seed of light and you're like, boom, okay, I have my seed of light. Take me to my garden. Pues vamos al jardín. We go. And here the garden is for you to cultivate your practice. So imagine, like maybe this one is more obvious, but you will have this space, your garden. It's gonna be so cool. It will have like a sun beyond, because the name is Sun Beyond, so it makes sense. A big sun in the back, but other 2 suns going around. And there will be a stupa. The stupas are the best thing. Like, they are these Buddhist monuments, and they are, what the idea is that all the prayers and all the work you are doing, this works like an antenna, just like amplifying everything and shooting it, and just bringing all that like love and compassion and energy work that you are doing into the space. So I think that's an amazing idea. Like, I will do that all the time if I can amplify that to the world. And just imagine that you just did the white tara mantra chanting. So you get this seed of light and you are able to plant it in your garden. So you really need to come back to these practices. So if you do that, if you go back to the mantra chanting of the white tara, the plant will start growing. So that's the way that we decided to gamify the experience. And oh, it's gonna be so cool. Yeah, we're very excited. And obviously, pues, I don't know if you know, but in Buddhism, you have the three jewels, right? You have Buddha, which is the idea of illumination, Dharma, which is the path, and Sangha, which is the community. Because community is very important, right? So I created this space in Natura. You have to go to visit it because it's the cutest thing. And our friend Benny created, if you get close to the sign, Benny created this beautiful song that, no, you just go to Natura and go to the left and you will find, like, close to the bath space and the tea house. So cute, so cute. So Sangha, sorry, I'm like, it's just so late, you know. My brain is like, I'm trying here. So the Sangha, we want to create a space for the Sangha to meet in a virtual space. So I guess we will start just with Topia because it's so easy and so accessible, and because in the app, I personally don't want to bring any obvious connotations. Like, I don't want to bring deities to the app, and I don't want to bring a bunch of Buddhas or these kind of images. So this will be also the place where we explain all the practices, where they are coming from, what is the story, what are the deities, and all of that. But I don't want the app, because we want to use it in hospitals. We think that it's going to be more accessible if we don't show all these images and everything is kind of abstract in that sense. But you will be able to come here and learn about all the practices and why we're doing it and how we're doing it. And also in the future, it would be amazing if I can invite you to my garden, you know, like you have your headset and I'm like, okay, here's my code, and you come and you chill in my garden, and then maybe I will go to yours. But I think that's gonna happen. Imagine that you finish all the experiences, right? So we have 12 emotions and 3 experiences per emotion, and then you finish them all. So you are able, now you have the toolkit and you are able to put it into practice going to the other gardens. Oh, that would be so cool. I mean, I don't know if we are going to get there, but that's my dream at the moment. And this is for Buddhist practitioners, obviously, for the Sangha community, that is gonna be cool. People interested in well-being and patients in recovery, that's gonna be the second stage. That's gonna be interesting. And what are we doing right now? Pues we started this last year, and we have been doing the whole creative development, and it's been super interesting, but we have been studying a lot. And now we are in pre-production, and in July we are going to start production. And then in 2022, we will be able to, 2022, at the end of 2022, I think we will be able to launch the app. And then we will start the development of the digital therapeutics tool that is going to be called Sunbay Protocol. Sunbay comes from Sun Beyond. How everything is just like so good. So yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, Virginia will be able to talk more about the Sunbay Protocol, but she's not here, so we will just leave it here. And pues sí, we would love to explore other ancient traditions in the future. That would be amazing. Imagine if that for 2023 we studied the Eros and Cosmovisión. Eso sería increíble. That would be amazing. This is a team, very cool. We're growing. This is Kempo, he's the best. And this is Virginia. I'm sorry that you missed her because she's also a singer and she does many things. Okay, she's so talented. She's an amazing singer, and she's also an illustrator and her brain works in an amazing way. And this is Alvaro, the one that funded everything. And see, it's so nice. And this is Kempo, he's the best. I promise you have to connect with him. If you're interested, he does meditations every morning for like 2 hours. And he has this practice going on. And no, the community, we're working with the community from Mexico, the Sangha from Mexico. And it's been so nice. They are so cool. They translated many books for Kempo into Spanish and to English. And we went to an event like 3 weeks ago. We went to visit a stupa that is in Oaxaca, Mexico. And it felt so coherent. Like this was the first time that in a community setting, and it was like really coherent. Like everybody knew what were they doing. It was a meditation for peace for 3 days. So 3 days meditating just to elevate the vibrations related to peace, because this stupa is in a place with a lot of cartel. So they decided to change the environment and the whole thing by putting a stupa, which I think is a very smart idea and very interesting to attract this different community and to bring different things into that town, Loma Bonita. Kind of random place, to be honest. They only cultivate pineapples and everything is related to pineapples. But that's it. So we are looking for, first of all, an art director that wants to work with me to develop the concepts. I'm so ready to do that. I'm very excited. So yeah, you don't need to know about VR really, because this is only to develop the concepts, and then we will hire a 3D artist to do the second phase. We are also looking for a CTO and COO. So yeah, if you're interested, if you want to play, or if you want to participate in any other way, come on board. There is a space. We'd love to collaborate. And yeah, that's it. Do you have any questions?
Yes, if you have questions, just raise that hand. It's amazing, Kara. I'm like super excited. Your excitement is contagious, and my face hurts from smiling.
Nice, thank you.
Anybody has How did you get into? Oh, we have a question. I want to ask you about how you got into meditation, but let's take a question from Della first. Della?
Okay. Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Hi.
You go ahead. You go ahead with your question, Summer.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just curious about how you got into meditation and found a way to merge meditation with XR and VR.
Because I started working on VR in 2016 with Nico. In fact, Nico Alcalá hired me. We met here. That was a whole thing. And yeah, we worked together for a few years in a virtual reality studio called Future Lighthouse. And I have been meditating and doing different practices since I'm a teenager, I think. So it was just, all the projects I do are related to taming the mind and releasing emotions.
Amazing.
So yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I think it's really needed, a way to build these habits of, sticking to a meditation and like gamifying it like you've come up with is like incredible. I think people are going to love it. Della, do you want to ask your question now?
Well, actually, I just think I find it fascinating, the combination of the Buddhist and the VR, because I studied with a Zen monk in the long time ago, decades ago. And I've had a contact with quite a few Rinpoches over the years, particularly Tenzin Rinpoche, who teaches dream yoga. And I do dream yoga with him. But anyways, I think it's fascinating to combine the two. And
everything, sorry, my internet decided not to work in that moment. Can you repeat from the top?
Oh, okay. Anyways, I think it's fascinating to think of combining the two, and I know you come up with a plan, and I think that probably as you move along, you will discover there are many other ways of doing it, because meditation is something that, you know, when you're in meditation, you get these ideas, bang, you know. So Carol's excitement, I'm with you, Summer. Carol's excitement is really contagious. And I think the project sounds fascinating and wonderful. And I think the Buddhists, monks, the Rinpoche, certainly the I've studied with, they have so much knowledge to share. How do you share it, and to be able to help people, you know, who have problems? I think there's a lot of validity there. My husband works with mentally challenged teenagers, actually, and they were using a little bit of the Oculus with some of the young people that, you know, had mental health problems. It's a fascinating combination, and I think you're onto something really, really interesting. I just wanted to make that comment, and good luck with everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
I certainly would like to find out more about it. I'll make sure I give you my email. I want to find out more.
Of course, that would be lovely. And yeah, I love stories and I love to play. So I try to bring these two things to everything I do, because it doesn't have to be boring. It can be cool. So yeah, I think this is a way to engage different generations. And yeah, what is really funny is that the very first time that we put like the headset to, like, we gave a headset to Kempo,
yeah,
and he tried it, and then we explained the idea that we wanted to do, and he just got it. You know, he didn't like, we didn't need to like explain to him a lot. He was like, I get it. I know what you want to do. Let's do it. This makes a lot of sense. So yeah, we are.
I particularly, I have an interest. I guess it's a bit off what you're doing, but yet it's related. I'm particularly interested in dream yoga, which is done by the Bon people, the Tenzin Rinpoche. And I think it'd be fascinating to do something that would include some of that, because when you've got the VR and you're in that world, and then you go into the chants and into the different things that take you into the different levels of dreaming, the different levels of lucidity, it could be really fascinating. Yeah, anyways.
Thank you for sharing. Beautiful. Yeah, so if you have more questions, or it's time to go?
You have a few more minutes, Caro, like 2. And I did want to just say that I love this moment where, hold on, I have to come out so I'm not just a voice in the distance. Hello! Where, you know, we have 2 studio members from cohort 2 and Caro from cohort 1. And Caro is also a part of the Design Science Studio team. She helped build all the virtual worlds in Topia and has just been such an ally, came and taught how to design decks for everybody, and is just the best creative bundle of joy. So if y'all didn't know each other, now you do. Bam. Bravo, qué linda.
Yes.
Caro.
Oh, te quiero abrazar.
Así, mire.
Yeah, it's been so much fun to I saw, if you submitted a project, I saw it and I placed it into the world. So good job, everybody. Let's see. Nice. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna share my email. So if you're interested, if you think that someone can be interested in joining the team, because we are in that beautiful moment of expansion and creating an amazing team, and we are really calling for the right people, please just send me a message. That would be so lovely. If you know any art directors that you think they will be interested in developing this, and the process we do, we love to just channel the information, you know. So we really sit and we do the practice before doing the creative sprints, and that's so much fun. Last thing I want to share, the first day that we started the project, and it was like first official meeting, it was between Alvaro, Virginia, and me. And suddenly, Kempo calls Alvaro just because 1 minute before the meeting was starting. So Alvaro was like, oh, like we really didn't invite you to the first meeting, but you're here, so do you want to come? And he was like, I think that I was calling for this. And so he joined the meeting and he opened the whole project with a prayer. And that was so cool. That was so on point. So yeah, a lot of magic is happening around this project, and it does feel very, that it needs to happen. And it's a lot of responsibility, to be honest. But I feel that I'm just channeling here things and doing my best. That would be it. Thank you so much for listening. I'm so excited to share this project. It's my very first time. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Caro. That is such a beautiful project. It brings so many things together, and virtual reality is one of the new frontiers that we're exploring, and that we can bring this to people in need, people already practicing, and those who just want to dabble. That's a beautiful combination. And so now we're going to hear from a presenter who is working more in the real world, but also this whole theme that we've had of the architecture and the bringing about of visions brings us to Tim Martin. And Tim is an architect who works to bring nature into spaces, as we've realized that we are away from that now, and that Tim is working to bring more of the human world with regenerative buildings. And Tim, it's an interesting concept. I've never heard of that type of building before.
Well, speaking as a fellow artist, which is where I started, at some point I discovered that there was such thing as architecture, and I grew up surfing off the coast of Florida, and had a strong connection with the natural world, the natural wet ocean wet sky world. And so I kind of moved away from all that to go to architecture, because I heard I could get paid to draw, right? So in architecture, I was a little frustrated because it was so much more of the stuff that I'd had before, like all in high school and at the community college with the art scholarship. It was just a lot more design. And I thought, whoa, wait a second. As an artist, don't you have to know how clay behaves in a pot, so you don't, or in a kiln, so you don't lose it on firing? So long story short is I really wanted to know how materials worked so that I could be creative with those materials as an architect. And that led to the engineering side. And the whole time though, and I guess this is my point, I'm trying to come back to your question, was I always felt a little left out or a little out of place, because I was either the engineering student asking the architecture or art questions, and just as an example, to make the math interesting for me, it was looking at the life of whoever was inventing that math equation to solve or look at the natural world, like Newton's gravity or Galileo's planetary bodies or whatnot. To me, that kind of kept me in the game. I was never very strong at math. I'm much more of an intuitive thinker. And so what I'm going to show you today is a way to look at design that's more intuitive, which is something I only recently, I've been struggling with for 20 years since I learned about these ecological design principles. And it's a mouthful. I mean, I think the word ecology or ecosystems has only been around for 100 years out of how long have humans been walking on the planet? And I don't think we had a word for nature as something different until maybe 1,000, or well, when was the Greeks? 3,000 years ago or more. So just today's talk is real fast. This is my short version. And can somebody tell me how much time I have left? I think it's 20 minutes, but I've probably eaten up some of that. Well, I'm going
we have about 10 more minutes.
10 minutes left. Okay, I'm going to set this at 10 or no, 5 minutes, and we're going to get through just the slides that I want to share with my drawings. Can anybody see the slides, or is this something that I have to initiate? Does Roxy have the presentation?
I don't think we have it here. If you have them in your computer, the easiest is that you share your screen so you can also pass them at your own pace.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I uploaded a link and thought it was going to be, okay, so I'm going to share screen. Okay, to save you the trouble, let me go ahead and open it up first. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I really haven't figured out how to be an architect in a kind of, let's say, financially responsible kind of way. Because for me, it's always like, how can we make the project better and more alive and happier clients? And I'm too much of an artist, and that's my kind of a weakness, but it's also been a strength. And the question is, how can I get that out there so more people know, and then I can do some of these things for real? Because the project, the example I'm going to show you today is a proposal that I worked on at the office I was at before. Here we are. Okay. And okay, I'm going to bring that up and then share my screen. And I've been thinking about trying to find a way to just sort of finish this. Where are you guys? You can probably see me, but I can't see you. Where are you? Oh, here we are. Okay, sorry. Share screen. Here we go. And full screen. Okay. Let me lower this a little bit. Okay. Can everybody see the screen for the most part?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So this is the project where I kind of give a title, and the building you see is something I'm working on in North Carolina where I'm at, and it's all about getting back to the original structure because it was designed before air conditioning and used to have plenty of good volume for ample daylight and cross ventilation, operable windows, and all that's been sort of abandoned. And I've got a wonderful client who actually the head of the school wants to get this building back up and running. She used to be a student there, and their curriculum is Montessori method, but they have a strong sort of focus on natural learning environments. And so linking the indoor and the outdoor environments is so important on this project. Now, I've been working on it recently, so I just included to say that there are millions and millions of specialized relationships that we find in nature all around us if we look. And so this is just a diagram of maybe kids looking at something that interests them, but really it's not really about humans at all when you get out into the natural world, because there's all these things going on. In this case, woodpecker hopping around pine tree is looking for food. He's at the grocery store, or she's at the grocery store, and they're looking for ants who are in the middle of their life cycle. And I'm going to just get going. But the presentation, the longer version, is later this week. I'm just going to skip through here now and just say there's 3 parts, a little bit about the wonderful world around us, the things that make life work. The more we know about how life works at all of the various scales of life, in this thin blue line that is called the atmosphere that we live in. We don't really live on the earth, we live in it because of all of the microorganisms that are in the atmosphere and the spiders floating around in the atmosphere and There's just so much life between here and a mile and a half or two or more up before you get into outer space. And so to me, I'm a systems thinker, and I'm thinking about these relationships. Now, how can I get, okay, so part one, science. Quick stop to just reference a mentor of mine who just passed away, who asked, why is it that everything nature makes is beautiful, but only some of the things we humans make are beautiful? And he's worked his whole life trying to answer that question. He wrote a book called The Pattern Language, which all of my colleagues going through architecture school and my professors way back to the 60s followed the pattern language. But he didn't like how the practice was implementing his patterns. So he kind of went back to basics and wrote this last volume, 4-book series called The Nature of Order. And in it, he defines 15 fundamental properties that make up a high degree of life in, well, he found them all in nature, just observing, and then he kind of categorized them and sorted them and come up with this list. And one of my favorites I just wanted to share is this one called Deep Interlock and Ambiguity, because that could be used to describe this old Savannah, Georgia porch. This is a town that was built before air conditioning, before we needed high expensive life support systems, and which only disconnected us with nature even more by the advent of air conditioning. This is kind of getting to some sort of basic gifts. The reason I haven't, from trees that we receive, and it's about the scale of this simple notion of breathing, which I know everybody here is in tune with nature, but have you looked deeply at what breathing is all about? Because I've been just doing some research, and oh my gosh, the scales that we find ourselves are so fantastic. And these next couple of slides are what I presented recently to City Council here in Raleigh, because the tree ordinance is terrible and it let developers can do whatever they want. And so I just made these drawings and just wanted to remind folks that if you like to breathe or if you like to drink, trees are doing so much to help us even put food on our plates very indirectly, because they're the base of the food web, which goes on out into how we manage land for the foods that we make. So there's all these lessons to be learned from nature. And I feel like we are millions of years behind in R&D. We think we're smart with all of our technology, but in fact, nature's already figured it out. And we have so much to learn. So if I could put a title on this, it would be student. And so these are some of the things that I've learned recently. Just the fact that the tree outside in your yard, if it's a highly functional or ecologically productive native tree, because not all trees are alike. And so if you hear from the author of The Nature of Oaks or Bringing Nature Home, Dr. Doug Tallamy, he's done so much research to reveal all these specialized relationships. We're talking about host insects or host trees for particular insects. And then there's this movie here that really blew my mind called Breaking Boundaries, The Science of Our Planet. I'll stop, but this was sort of like this kind of stuff I've been doing since November, and that's kind of taken me out of a lot of the design science studio sessions. I kind of wanted to include some of that. Speaking of life and how it works, there's this Lynn Margulis who co-wrote the Gaia theory, didn't get much credit as James Lovelock, but she was one of the scientific badasses who, in using her intuition and a few pieces of information, built the sort of foundation of how life started from bacteria in simple into a little bit more complex by literally partnering up and becoming more and more complex into plants and animals and fungi that we can see today. And when it comes to just systems thinking, I think all artists, all of us doing whatever we're doing, could really stand to look smaller. This is a row that is of the scale or size that we can measure in meters or feet, right? There's a tree, there's a space, animals. The space that we know is this. If you get a little bit smaller, like 1,000 times smaller, you're getting into organs and the ends of lung tissue or brain circulatory system. And if you take it to 1,000,000 times, and then you have like this cellular structure and how fungi first met in algae and penetrated it, and they became friends and shared resources. And that was sort of what Lynn Margulis was talking about. And this is one of her sketches from the 60s that has been proven by science. And I'll just say, you can also do it at the other end, but just do you notice something like this dendritic pattern that repeats itself? We are all built from the same structure and nested hierarchy that all the rest of the life on Earth is built. And it's just mind-blowing. And so that means that trees are kin, and as they're kin, our soil microbiome is kind of kin. And we should be thinking about this when we make our art so that we can be better stewards or protectors of the life that we could easily take for granted. And I feel like I'm running out of time. Can somebody give me a time check? Because I just wanted to show you a few drawings. I'm going to skip the diagnosis and get right to the ecological design.
One thing that I will go ahead and plant the seeds of, Tim, is that I would love for you to do like a slow version of this because it's so good. So let's schedule that in the next few days so you have like a whole hour. But yeah, feel free to finish up and we can take a question or two. And then we'll move on. So go ahead.
All right, so there's just 5 design principles. And what is so fascinating about these were put forth over 20 years ago when I learned about them in school, but they've been forgotten. And since then, I've worked my whole career trying to figure out how to bring them to life in my practice. And the first one is solutions grow from place. It's not one size fits all. You really have to take a look at sight and look at the people, the human culture, and really wrap your thoughts about whatever you're designing around place and around people, because it's their story. And as designers, we get to tell their story. It's such a privilege. Second one is ecological accounting informs design. Out of the 5, this is the only one that's logical or rational or measured. The others are all intuitive. And it took me a while to figure. Design with nature, let nature do the work. Maybe all this is obvious to you, but for architects, they want checklists, and checklists are like straitjackets that trap them and disconnect them from their intuitive, instinctual design. It's so sad, but this is what's happened. Make nature visible after you do. Oh, and everyone as a designer is what I kind of find now to represent equity in the process and justice and inclusion. Using common sense language when talking about design so that you can invite as many people to the table as possible. And then these are just a few. This is the project. I took an existing building, it's over here, and with a design team, we were looking at what does the office environment look like when we all go back about 2 years ago. And this was some existing conditions, and solutions grow from place meant for me, stay away from structure, look for one office building that I could take and give back to nature. And so that's what we did. We made it a sky canyon open to the air. These are just some details. And I think this is a link that anybody can look at. And each principle is talked about as the context. So the text is the context. So it's like if you were to cut through the building, those are the adjacent buildings, and that's the alley over here. And there's the sky canyon that really lets nature into these spaces and balances out cross breezes and makes it more equitable. And this is a long view. And for me, it was all about habitat for things that are lost whenever we make a city or a building. And it's about giving back. So there's bat habitat in these little overhangs. There's a green roof. It wouldn't be too expensive, I think. There's different, there's the plan of the roof. And it's basically giving back what E.O. Wilson said is if we can just keep half for ourselves and half the world left for nature, then we actually might survive as a species because we're totally interlinked. And I think I had some next steps for my presentation or this process that I've turned to the DSS for help with. And maybe I'll have to take you up on it next year. Any questions? Wow, thank you for listening. And yeah, we can get into Q&As and stuff. If you have a chance to, I'm sorry?
Tim, this has been great. Thank you so much. There's so much that you've delivered to us in such a short time. And so we know that we're going to be having you back.
Yeah.
And the thing that I find
Hold on
really
one
curious.
second.
Yeah.
I have a surprise. It's a bliss. It's a wild bliss.
A wild bliss. It's me.
What?
Hi, Tim.
Hey, how are you?
You can continue, Mark. We were just looking for you so we could spotlight you.
I'm here. I'm here. So Tim, yeah, I'm actually here in the noosphere, and you've connected all these dots, and you've showed us how important being grounded is, and I'm not feeling that a little bit right at the moment, floating up here. But what you've brought forth is how it all does connect, and then how you try and relate it through architecture, and what we can learn from all of that is very deep, and it seems to have been a thread through the day. And I'm wondering if there's a way for people to contact you, or if there's something that you would like them to look at, so that we can.
Oh, thank you that's a great question. So I just was thinking, okay, how to package this? Because really everything's sort of geared towards turning my architecture colleagues on to looking at the natural world, developing a relationship with nature, even if it's just a house plant on their desk. Really, you can go outside and plant a tree if you want, or help a tree fight off invasive species vines, English ivy or whatnot. But anything would do better than just, like I tell my boys, get off the screen, at least half and half, or something a little bit better. So what I did for this document, that's, I think my technical advisor, Bliss, can share somewhere in this world that y'all created, is a PDF file. And in the PDF file, all throughout are these embedded links that take you to the very same resources that have activated my imagination, and maybe want to get in there and really be a more of a crew instead of a passenger on this spaceship Earth. And so I just reference that because if anything resonates with anybody, there's usually a link nearby, the drawing or the image. And my goal, and one of my next steps, is to organize all those footnotes and have it approved by all those resources, so that it can be like copyright okay, and then take it to the next level in website or whatever that looks like. So yeah, it's kind of a rough draft. So thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I just want to suggest this notion of kinship Earth that you brought forth through this idea that we are all kin to all living beings and the Earth.
It's true. Nobody knows about it. It's just too big of a story, I guess.
Yeah.
And Bliss has something to share with us. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm so excited. I unfortunately had to miss the first part of your talk, so I'm really grateful that we're going to be able to bring you back for a longer, slow one that we can all digest. And I'm sure that a lot of people that are here right now are probably also excited to hear more from you. That document that you mentioned, we'll be putting it in your profile on the website. We just need to get it up there. We've been a little bit backlogged today, but we will have it for access. And I can go ahead and share it in the chat in just a few. But yeah, it's just such lovely words from you, and we're just so excited to have you, one of the many people in this cohort that just makes the cohort just such a beautiful shared and collaborative space.
Yeah, I feel really welcome and fit right in. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. One thing that I just do want to vocalize is that I think aside from one person that we've had today, every single person that we've heard from today has been a cohort member. So we're just hearing all of these, just beautiful, wonderful humans sharing their passions, sharing their art, sharing their gifts with the world. And we're just so grateful and blessed and just
touched in our souls because we get to be a part of this amazing organization. So thank you for being a part of it. Thank everybody for being a part of it. And I know we've said it a couple of times throughout the sessions, but if it is possible to please help and support all of these amazing artists so we can continue to share these gifts, we would be just so grateful. And yeah, that's what I have to say. And Bliss is our community manager. Oops, we have to hug in order for us both to show up in the cockpit. So if you don't know Bliss, she is our beloved community and program manager of the Design Science Studio, and also Tim's technical director, amongst other things. And all of this would not be happening without her, by a far stretch. So much love to this incredible woman. We're so grateful to be on this journey together. So thank you, Tim. That was so inspiring. It looks like one person has a question.
Hi, Tim. Thank you for your message of remembering to look closely at the inner workings of nature when we are building, and bringing that perspective and that synergy into our practices. As someone who has recently gotten into architecture, I'm going to really keep your message with me as I develop. So thank you, Tim. I appreciate you.
You're very welcome. It's a great source. It's always there for us. Yeah, nature, as you know.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kyle, for sharing that how you've been touched by Tim and these sessions. Tim, again, thank you. We're going to bring up our next Design Science Studio cohort, Gil. Gil, here we are in the noosphere, right? Right here, right now.
How'd you know?
Defining the sense of place of what it means to be in the commons of mind. And you and I just recently had a wonderful talk. And I know that you're going to take us out there and bring us right back. And so what I'd like to do is introduce you to everybody. Gil is the founder of New Energy and co-founder of Whole World View, with a focus on conscious evolution through the study of information and consciousness. Gil and New Energy are devoted to empower humanity to consciously co-create our next step of evolution with Gaia. Their vision is to transform our global emergency into the emergence of our conscious evolution in harmony with Gaian and cosmic principles. Gil, you are truly an leprechaun who's mixing electrons, protons, and consciousness. Bring it on, my friend. Bring it on.
You know you're a soul brother, and I just want to point out what a rich experience the Design Studio is and has been the last 8 months. So much in the content, the creativity, and as just explained and articulated and shared by Mark, the community. And that community is of resident way showers. You know, ours is often a lonely life, or one that in past lives, this earth hasn't often been a comfortable place for us way showers. So it's just so warms my heart and opens my soul to be playing with all of you and journeying with you together. So yes, Mark, and I want to share my journey of experience and discovery in some pretty big picture concepts. And I think hopefully wisdom. I know they're wisdom. I'm just trying to access it and be able to be an appropriate vessel for it. Myself, product of the 80s and 90s, Reagan and Thatcher, you know, you're supposed to be a master of the universe by 30 and la-di-da-da. But I left the corporate world at 40, but not before I got a lot out of it. I was exposed to travel by my father, although I grew up in a small town originally in West Texas. I knew there was a big world out there. He started going international when I was 6. And so I did use my corporate experience to do the engineering, which was the tonic of the 80s, with languages, and then do my MBA in Barcelona in Spanish and English. And so I've been working with multilingual, multicultural teams for many decades, and particularly in Europe at the time, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, when we were introducing the euro, when everyone was scared of it. We launched the first websites in 7 languages, and we had no idea what that meant, much less how to do it, much less the tools you all take for granted. So I've had some pretty fun, weaving through, trying to bring more of a global community together. So I love language, I love semantics. And after leaving corporate, the last, almost 20 years now, really exploring consciousness and meaning. And my desire is to bring that wisdom, what I've learned, back to the world, I think, when we need it most. And as we bump against the wisdom barrier of our own evolution. Many of you as technologists are familiar with the hierarchy of data, where data evolves into information. That happened in the 80s. We call it the information age. Computers came in, we went from mainframe to desktop. And then we've spent the last 30 years, since the 90s, in the knowledge economy, the age of knowledge. And guess what, folks? The next stage in that hierarchy is wisdom. And my very sense of the global shift we're in is we're bumping against the barrier of wisdom. We have written the rule set of civilization, but we've written it based on a game of separation, like we're playing a football match, thinking there's going to be an end with a winner. But the way we've written the rules, we're playing to an end where we all lose. And I think we know what that is most likely. So for me, the shift is also the awakening, the expansion of our individual and collective awareness, and invitation to evolve the rule set to play an infinite game, whose objective is to keep the game going, i.e. evolution, and to the inclusion and benefit of all beings at all times. So when you want to share something, especially something complex and different, let's start with definitions. And so I would, with your permission, do a quick little screen share here. Yes, Mark, one of the great connectors we have is the noosphere. And I'm just amazed and also delighted how in our community of change agents, we are all, how many of us are touching and playing. One of the things we also know about consciousness is it arrives in pockets around the world, in little points of light. It's not like everybody opens the same time, but new concepts arrive in the collective. We're back to this collective consciousness. And so that's a big part of it, is this understanding of the noosphere. And before I go further into that, I'm also the co-founder of Whole World View with British cosmologist Dr. Jude Currivan. And Jude and I are pretty much clear that we stand on the threshold of one of those 100-year leaps in scientific and spiritual understanding that is begging us to reframe, redefine, and restory our understanding of physics, our understanding of evolution, and of course, the evolutionary moment we are living now. Certainly a new cosmology is emerging, a new worldview, a new understanding of all, of which noosphere is a part. And so these are my attempts to begin weaving together the golden threads of the understanding and experience we are gathering as Western science converges with universal spiritual understanding into a new scientific spirituality. All the while, we co-create together the next stage of evolution of life on this planet Gaia. So that's the big picture. That's my intention. I have no answers whatsoever. I don't know much about anything, but I know a little bit about a whole lot. And again, these are my attempts, and I invite you to join me and interact to weave them forward. So in that spirit, let me start with some definitions. If you're not familiar with noosphere, and I love this graphic because I think it makes it pretty clear, pretty easy. In part of redefining our understanding of evolution, this is what, we have so altered the planet with our presence and continue to do so. So the definition is the sphere of human consciousness and mental activity, especially in regard to its influence on the biosphere and in relation to evolution. Okay, comes from the Greek nous, root word, mind, intellect, of course, the source of knowledge. And I loved it because Nicolas Alcalá, and of course, one of our fearless leaders, is also in there. And I loved Nico's definition he shared with me just last month. The noosphere is a philosophical concept that considers human beings' rational activity as a defining factor of the development of the biosphere. It is defined as a new state of the biosphere, a planetary sphere of reason. This revolutionary noosphere takes its concept one step further to add components of ecology, reconciliation, whole systems, and speculative design. It is a blueprint for a new era of living. Welcome to the Design Science Studio. So I'm just, again, the two things I've learned most in this period and how to be and thrive is intuition and synchronicity. Cultivate, strengthen, and honor your intuition. It is your vertical connection. It is your inner child who holds the key to your soul self, fill in your perspectives, but that is really, really key. And then notice the synchronicities as the universe affirms and supports you. And the fact that so many of us in this cohort are specifically dancing with these concepts, I find a beautiful synchronicity and gorgeous affirmation. So that's the first definition, noosphere. And I don't know if I changed my screen or if I have to redo, but let's see. Do you see the St. Michael alignment, or do I need to share another page?
I see it, looks great.
Great. So let me define second definition, ley lines. Leys may be defined as lines of energy running over ground in relatively straight lines, often reflected in the paths of ancient trackways and subsequently Roman roads.
Sorry to interrupt you, dear.
Yes.
It seems like your screen scooted over to the left somehow.
Okay.
And you got to scoot it back in the center, or maybe reshare. Oh, there it is. Now it's back in the center.
Oh, that's because I was reading from another one. So hold on just a sec. If I go here, do you lose it?
Nope, I see it.
Okay, great. So you're looking at the St. Michael's line. And the amazing thing here, this is the one of the most famous. It runs across England in a southwest northeast. And lo and behold, you just connected all the churches with St. Michael. And this, lo and behold. And of course, you go back further. Avebury is there, the Sacred Circle, Stonehenge is there, Glastonbury Tor, and then the Roman roads. So it's something obviously our ancestors knew a lot about. It really didn't emerge again until 100 years ago, and again in Britain. Particularly with this, it's just unavoidable if you're living there. But Alfred Watkins started publishing in the 20s, and then Taylor du Chardin, others had been bringing it. And what they understand about the ley is they're usually a dance of two lines. In this case, it's the St. Mary and the St. Michael. And they carry yang qi and yin qi relative to the underground water, but also the other energies we're starting to really understand are coursing through our planet. So with those two definitions in mind, what I would like to do with you is, do you see Once Upon a Time in a Garden of Wholeness?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. So one of the great gifts of Design Science Studio has been the gorgeous and enthralling Catherine Connor. And in really sharing story concepts, I really hit upon how she shared the Pixar story structure. And so that's been one of the great gifts of this program, is to help me couch these rather abstract and complex concepts into a little fabula. So with your permission, I would like to read you a story. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful planet in a quiet corner of the universe. On that planet lived a growing society that populated every corner of the beautiful planet. As they grew, they transformed the planet beyond recognition. With a ravenous appetite, they consumed everything in sight, destroying its natural beauty and bounty. Every day, the planet became dustier, dirtier, and more desolate. And while the society began dividing in two, bickering and blaming, louder and harsher the other, a small, diverse group in that society, spread across the planet in points of their light, were awakening to a higher calling, a higher frequency, coming from the universe, coming through their soul, and reverberating through their planet. They began to see the illusion of the fight in front of them and lifted their spirits higher and higher while connecting their light with that of others, feeling the same new energies, with the intention to raise the spirit of all society and beautify the planet. One day, they realized there are incredible electromagnetic forces and fields that create their planet, themselves, and their society, that they have been created by those forces, and simultaneously use them every day to create what happens next on their planet with their free intended will. Well, because of that, they began to tune into these electromagnetic forces with their best scientific instruments and all of their felt senses, which were growing stronger every day. And they began discovering the invisible forces of creation in them and in the universe, creating everything. Magnetic or telluric, planetary or Gaian, crystalline or cosmic. Their ancestors clearly knew this millennia before and left them clues to inform them. So they began to recognize how these forces crossed their planet in a grid of ley lines. And they saw how these ley lines intersected powerful nodes at different places across the planet, sacred places. And that these ley lines in the planet are carriers for the forces of creation, where Gaia meets cosmos, where visible meets invisible. They also realized that they too are carriers of these forces, where Gaia meets cosmos in the spark of their soul, and that spark can create anything. Because of that, they decided to start creating new nodes in OOD, new nodes, sacred nodes on the noosphere, on the ley lines, especially at the power points where these intersect, with the intention to amplify the capacity of the ley lines to carry more universal energies, charging and growing the noosphere. So they let loose their creative juices and conscious intentions to create sacred neutral nodes embellished with powerful art and over the planetary grid. Until finally, the planetary grid grew in cosmic, Gaian, and telluric intensity, coursing the planet with bountiful, beautiful new energies that raised the frequency of society to higher, calmer vibrations, a ripple through the waves where division does not live. And the waters came alive again in splendid calm. The society evolved from adolescent knowledge to mature wisdom, and the planet regained its natural beauty and balance. The age of the sage had begun. The end. And so that is the storyline, the best way I've found to really make this, the concept, this convergence of the abstract Western materialist scientific and the universal spiritual understanding and experience. And of course, make it ways that are accessible to others. And it's been very clear to me, and I had a really strong download in 2020 itself, that art and culture are the key. When these themes and memes of unity, of wholeness, are coursing through our music, story, film, and such, the rest will follow. Government, corporations, the global rule set will follow it. And so sharing this story with metal artist John Benedict, and can you see my screen now and see him welding?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
So John is just an amazing other soul brother. In fact, Mark, we need to have a party. Y'all are two amazing soul brothers for me. And John is another alien in Tucson. And I saw his angels. And then when I described this story, he came back and came up with the angel you'll see in Utopia, that you'll see in the invisible visible, what I put into the markers in the virtual worlds. It is a 9-foot, 10-gauge steel angel in front of my window here. And it is the basis and the brief, the starting point for designing my Garden of Wholeness. These are some of his art, which I'm probably looking to work with him and populate with more art. It features Gaian elements. He works with fossils. He works with minerals. And of course, out of iron, what's not to love? And so that's an exciting spot. And to round it up, so what's it all out? What's it actually look like? And that is the Garden of Wholeness. So I am creating, and this is my gift. If you think about it, Gaia gives you everything at every moment from start to finish. Your first, every, and last breath, every drop of liquid in your blood and body and that you drink, every meal is a communion with Gaia. And how often do you give her something back? And this is, I think, part of the ancient technology which we need to generate modern wisdom now. We've got to give, just like your mother, God bless every mother who gives so much to their children. They can be downright petulant, but when kids learn to value what mother gives and give something, and hopefully not just on Mother's Day. But since it's Mother's Day, I have a gift for Gaia. And that is the website I'm sharing with you, gift4, Gaia.com. And be the change you want to see. And so what I am creating is this gift for Gaia. It is a garden of wholeness. It is embedded here where I live in the sacred ley lines of Sedona, where many of the ley lines cross each other in the famous vortices. And what made a place sacred in ancient days is what I so appreciate also the design science studio is aware with ritual and intention. So I'm creating this garden, imbuing it with the healing awareness of wholeness, because I believe firmly that wholeness is the medicine of our time. And of course, it's been brought to me by the angel of wholeness, which John came up with, etc., that is in my yard. And it is a template. And it is an invitation for you and others to create other new nodes across the planet to accelerate the expansion of our noosphere towards unity. So I'm not going to go into much of the details. I'm going to leave it there. But my garden, each one is different. There's no prescription here. I have this incredible 9-foot angel. Part of it will be ethereal, the cosmic and crystalline part, with a crystal fountain and a crystal greenhouse, the edible plants and trees. So the Garden of Eden. I'll have little vignettes through the garden. One will be a tribute to Gaia. We have a lot of petrified wood in northern Arizona, which is here, conch shells and animals. A tribute to the stone beings. I'm going to show you. This is the front view, the overall design. And here's the angel starting it off. Using things to try and get dimension as I create the hardscape, honor the incredible juniper tree there. And this is the back view. And these are the stone beings that I want to pay tribute to. It's asking me to learn dowsing. And I have a very strong feeling, it's an energy triangle making between this far left point and the far right. There is the integration of the masculine and feminine of these two peaks on the right. So each garden will be different, but this is mine, and anyone who's interested, I'm happy to share more. But again, the invitation is for other of you to create gifts for Gaia and help me create new nodes to expand the evolutionary impulse through our noosphere.
How wonderful is all that? You've managed to take us from the noosphere and ground us so deep and wonderfully.
I have pulled up Gil's art installations. If you'd like, I can show them.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Continue talking. I'll pull them up. Give me one second.
Well, we're coming up to where you are, Mark. I love your noosphere there. And so, yeah, again, just singing the synchronicity of how much this is coursing through us. And I really look forward beyond today for all those and any of you listening who are resonant with this. I'm on Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram with Gil Agnew, 1L, to reach out. Because it's emerging. I don't know the answers. I'm on this journey, and I'm just delighted to be able to share more of it with all of you.
That's wonderful. And we have launched in the beaming the new news, which is NOOS. So there's plenty to weave together. And I know it's going to happen because we're here with you.
Yay. So here's the original rendering. John creates his images first in CAD/CAM and then has set up an incredible studio where the laser can cut. And then of course they are literally the 3D images, so they're see-through from the front. And that's what he uses. And then he hand spot welds each one of those individual láminas. ¿Cómo se dice láminas en inglés? Plates, steel plates. And when you click on that, it will take you to the Gift for Gaia website. Yeah, there you go. Bingo. And this is my photography. I started the studio thinking I was going to really be focusing on my photography because one of the things I really haven't done for myself and doing now in my personal growth is letting my artist out. But I found out, and through the program, this has been dripping through in January and February, and then finally a couple of weeks ago. Look at that picture of those mountains just one night. It's so beautiful here in Sedona, and the light changes all the time. So I realized that my photography is a support for the larger story that's coming.
Wow, so much depth.
Mark, do you have some questions, or anybody have questions? That's what I wanted to share, so I'm happy to go where you'd like. There you go, and there we are in Topia. Bravo.
Yeah, let's open it up. If somebody would like to jump in with a question or curiosity that launches us out into the newest sphere. It's all about curiosity, isn't it?
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Studies of aging, it seems that those who have curious minds live longer. Gives you more to stay on the planet for.
That's what got me onto the noosphere, was my curiosity, looking into the electromagnetic spectrum many, many moons ago. And wove me here with you now. So.
Right.
So,
Here we go.
So Gil, in your experiments and research of the ley lines, you covered England, and now you're in Sedona, and so you've obviously studied where the energy centers are, and for those of us who are lost, can we talk to you and find out where the ley lines are near us?
Well, funny enough, John, that's actually the part I know least about, and what I'm just being pulled to the last month or two and just starting to learn. So,
beautiful.
I'll show, like I said, that's the newest part. And that's what I'm on the throes. I've ordered my first dowsing rods. I've been working with, like I said, Brits for a long time, and there's just such an incredible wealth and breadth and depth of experience, understanding, and knowledge and writing in England and Britain for 100 years. And so there is the British Society of Dowsers. I've looked, there is one in the America. There's only one regional for the Southwest. But I want to do a shout out to Rory, R-O-R-Y, Duff, roryduff.com. He's a great link. If you go to the Gift for Gaia website, I put in there. I've also got another link to some of the core people from the UK. So to answer your question, I've been doing exactly that. So Easter, well, spring break, whatever. Here's a great book, Ley Lines of the US and UK. It's pretty fascinating when you open it and you see how a lot of the state capitals, there's an absolute cross right through from Sacramento to DC, and from whatever, Ohio, Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama. There's a vertical line to, I guess, to New Orleans. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. Also the sacred geometry of the way DC was laid out. Mm-hmm. And then when you extrapolate DC, that St. Michael's line goes down through, I don't remember, the Azores or somewhere. So I'm doing the same. These are some of the books I found. But it's, like I said, it's a new and emerging science. And Rory makes the point, the reason that, so he describes it like geology. When you first go into geology, well, what do we have? Rock types, igneous, metamorphic, sedimentary. He goes, we're kind of in that same stage of understanding and mapping ley lines. We know there's categories 5, the strongest, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 are the main, what they call the famous dragon lines, if you have heard of that through the esoteric side. 4s are the pretty big ones that we feel most, and with your dowsing rods. So they're really developing the lexicon for it. And his point, and I really liked his latest little book, because he really links it to the universal and cosmic and solar radiation that's affecting us now, because our magnetic shield is down, and things that it would block before. There are neutrinos passing through the planet. And he's saying they are vibrating the inner core of the planet. And because it's liquid, like when you put music on drops of water, and it's vibrating through the planet. And that's what's, none of these lines are static. And so he's making a bigger case, but of course we can't all prove it yet, that we're also being influenced. The change in electromagnetic forces is part of the shift. It is much bigger than we're thinking. It's what a lot of the esoterics and a lot of intuitives are sensing, and many people do physically feel. And he says that a lot of those lower lines, 3, 2, 1, are such a low frequency, we haven't developed our scientific instruments to pull them out. So that's my surmise in the last month of it. It's new and emerging. There is some local. It's been here around a long time, and the Brits have probably written the most.
Well, my one last comment, though, is I see why you were drawn to your land with its contours, and I have the same sense of place. And it's funny how when you're walking a trail in nature, everyone will come to the vista and stop and look. And that point also becomes a point of recognition. It becomes a holy place. It becomes where to perceive the best view. And it does inform us that way. So this has really been beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's kind of what I've noticed in our community of our cohort, that a number of people are having relationships to specific places. And remember, the etymology of pagan simply meant of that place. Everyone lived much closer to one place and didn't travel much in the old days. And so that's why I say anybody else who's feeling, I'm lovely to share, because I'd love to see more of this happening in more of the world.
Gil, I'd like to just really quickly here beam in Sumameta, who happens to be with us, who does the new news. If we could bring him on board, and perfect. I'd like to introduce the two of you and just take a moment and see what magic comes of that.
Cool. And in the chat, I just put the images. Charles Jenks was one of the most really famous British landscape architect who died at 90 a year or two ago. And part of my inspiration has been his Garden of Cosmic Speculation in Scotland. Have a look at some of those images. Go ahead, Mark, at your service.
Yeah, so let's see if we can, I don't know if I'm a host. Let's see, can I bring you in? Roxy, come in, Roxy.
Hi. Are you going to bring in our friend?
Yeah, we need to bring in Sumameta real quick here. I need to introduce them.
Sumameta. I see Sumameta.
Yeah, there he is. So,
yo ho ho.
Hello, hi. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Really awesome weaving of all these like key points, and thanks, Mark, for inviting me. I think the reason why you're inviting me is like the news, and I'm also very enthusiastic about the noosphere, and so it's something to connect over,
Can you tell us give me the 1 page, 1 paragraph definition of news now? Who, what,
yes.
where, why, when, who?
The noosphere, it came, so the noosphere is as the planetary mind, the mental sheath of Earth. This idea I learned through Jose Arguelles's work. He studied the Mayans for 20-30 years. He was a professor, and he was, the lineage of the term is, the Chardin quote that you had, and then from before that was this Russian researcher Vernadsky,
Correct.
And so like there's been kind of like an transmission of this concept and evolution of what it means and how it's coming online. And so, you know, I was looking at the word, and then it just, you know, I was watching the news at home with parents putting on the news, and I'm like, oh, this news. Well, it's the news. So I was like, what if the news that we watch now is like an unconscious manifestation of the news that we are to evolve into, to harness, you know, the function that news plays in our lives, because it's seemingly inescapable, and it, you know, permeates all of our, you know, how we're like grounding our reality in a lot of ways, you know, especially like, I mean, even with the internet, it's still somehow, we did the pandemic. So if we can do it in that way, in one direction, then it's possible to do it in another direction, and have it, you know, be to our benefit and health and well-being. And so the news idea is to, you know, harness this idea of news and beam this news energy as a healing and grounding creator of atmosphere and mental field, so that we can heal. And
so is it a newsletter? Is it the idea to be video production? What format or vision do you have for it?
So we've been doing daily time weather reports.
Okay.
The way I'm imagining, which is like using the Jose Arguelles's thing, but the way I'm imagining is like all the things that we see it as in the current news cycle and media. If we were to reimagine that and have the like positive analog of that in the form of this grounded in these ideas and the news, then we could possibly find, you know, express it. So there's things like, so I mentioned time weather, space weather. You were talking about, you know, the sun and its effects on our atmosphere. So having those a part of how we present, like there's things like offering perspectives of meta news. So we look at all of the different stories of news channels that are going on and find nodes of common events, and then interpret them through ancient wisdom systems, such as the gene keys. And so we ground them in this framework paradigm of understanding that is inherent to our how we are. You know, it's based on our genetics. And things like harnessing the news to coordinate projects, create task forces for building land projects, and to you know, create these regenerative transmedia filmmaking things. So like, you know, have people cover what's going on at these really awesome sites of projects, so that people can tune in and go there and participate and, you know, do a good time. And you know, there's a lot of really amazing wisdom keepers that are almost like oracles that are able to interpret what we are going through as a collective. So to have those as like the anchors, the news anchors, that is so healing and soothing to like
that's clever.
Our you know, our well-being, because the anchors will anchor us into who we are. So yeah, these are some of the concepts that are in development. It's all, you know, each sector, there's 5 sectors, is a different element. And so like the 5 elements, it'll cycle and have like a harmony to the news cycle and maybe even a geometry.
No, that's great, because that, you know, again, bring in the different ancient technologies, if we can say that, you know, for modern wisdom, the gene keys, yes, system constellation. There's just so many of these, you know, intuitive tools. Back to what I said in the opening: cultivate, strengthen, and honor your intuition. In Western terms, MIT Presencing Institute, the Theory U, the U Lab is a great one. UK and Global, Lynn McTaggart, the Power of Aid, the Science of Intention, how we are learning that consciousness evolves and moves is a great part of it. And help me out, Suma, because I've been in Europe too long and too many languages. Is everyone pronouncing the word in English noosphere?
That's how I've found noosphere. Yeah. What other ones have you heard?
No, I say noosphere. If you said I said the whole thing in noosphere, but I think
noosphere versus like noosphere.
Yeah, where the pun of news, it makes sense in English, but it's kind of limited to English because a lot of non-English speakers wouldn't necessarily get the innuendo.
I see.
On words.
I see.
And that's why it calls my attention, because you've been saying noosphere. Like, well, claro que es noosphere. La noosfera, it's no. So I'm just sensitive, also having worked with multicultural lingual teams, just to the imperialization of English and Anglo-Saxon language. So that's the only thing I would say, that it won't work with everybody who's not a native speaker, the play of words. And you might just think of a way to do that or subtitle it.
Right. Find another. Find the news word. What's the noosphere in every language?
It changes. That can be done in translations. But I'm just like I said, I think it's a brilliant concept, and I think happy to help in any way.
Yeah, happy to connect. And Mariette, you actually were on before me, so it's all yours. Thank you for your patience.
Not a problem. That was fun, and it was great to see your energy there, Suma. So I really enjoyed that, and really mine was just a happy to be patient, because it's a comment to say, Gil, what a pleasure. Just what a pleasure. I mean, how adept your whole life. I'm
trying, girl. Give me gray hairs, but I'm trying.
You earned every single one. I mean, seriously, the intellectual prowess married to the and dancing with the capacity for generosity and the humble qualities of service that are all wrapped in there. I see them. I see you. And yeah, and they're absolutely a really lovely example of what a truly worldly human is to me. And I think and that's also, I just want to note that, because we have so many conflicting relationships and messages around that. So being multiculti myself, etc., as you know, I'm just really appreciative. So thank you so much for sharing. And the angels, I think that is not an accident. So enjoy them, and I'll be in touch.
Bless and thank you. That warms my cockles. Blows my heart.
Well, thank you all for inquiring and for joining us, and Gil, and wandering out into the noosphere so we can wander into the commons of mind. I'm just touched. I'm just like, because this is where I live. and I
section.
What I would like to invite you, all of you, Wednesday, we'll be having quite a beaming, and there'll be a lot of this kind of weaving going on, where we are going to be delving into more of how do we connect in this way without all the technology, because I think that's what it's all leading towards, is reminding us how we can do this naturally, this kind of connection and this weaving. So, Gil, thank you.
Is there a particular time on Wednesday, dear?
Yeah, well, we're working on that right now. I believe it'll be in the middle of the day, hopefully between 1 and 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Keep an eye on the schedules, and we'll find out. We'll know in the noosphere. If I could bring up Summer, thank you. If I can bring up Summer again, and she's going to introduce. Wait, is she here?
Yes.
Summer?
Hi.
Here you are. And she's going to introduce our next special guest to close out our sessions.
Thank you so much to all our amazing speakers. Thank you to John, to Mark, to the entire DSS team, Roxy, Bliss, Nico. And speaking of Roxy, she's got something very important to talk to everyone about. And I'd like to just welcome everyone to give Roxy a big round of applause because she's been working her tail off and she's doing an amazing job. Amazing.
Thank you, Summer. Thank you for the warm welcome. And I extend that round of applause to the entire team and all the people behind the scenes who are supporting making this happen. And I also just want to acknowledge you, Gil, for the download and the wisdom that you are helping to make visible. I was thinking a lot about making the invisible visible during that whole session. I know that your installation came through during that invitation of our annual invisible visible.
If the shoe fits.
I know.
Okay, I think I'll go there.
Yeah, it was amazing. And I hope that all of you have a chance to go and follow Gil's work. And I also just want to acknowledge all three of you, Mariette too. I mean, so many people, you all are such passionate and proud cohort members. I think we are. I am too. I'm so grateful to be a part of this community, and it really gives me and all of us, so much strength to see and feel the reflections of the ripples of what this has created. So thank you.
That's how it starts.
That's how it starts,
That's how it works.
Put out a little honing beacon and see what happens. And here we are. I was looking at today a minute ago, and I was just thinking wow, what a day. We started out in the belly of Regeneissance, and then Angela del Sol came on and shared with us about all of the work that she's doing to support climate restoration and using blockchain technologies. And Julian shared this amazing project that he's been working on with a few other artists in the studio that debuted just yesterday, I believe. And Star Galaxy for the World, and just bringing and breathing to life this incredible book through crossing different types of media. Kurt taught us all about design science, all of them in the design science studio. Harlan shared, and in this presentation that he shared, he was also kind of discussing arcology at the heart of so much of what he cares about. Harris gave us a download from her multi-dimensional being. Cado guided us through a listening experience in the heart of Perusia. The news helped, and we're right back around to a different part of the noosphere. The news. I like community, collaborator Claire from the Global Regeneration Collab. And what's her other organization, Mark? You're muted, but Dynamic Emergence.
Yes.
You didn't even have to say it. And then Hannah Apricot came and let us all hang out with each other. Definitely more of that speed networking. That was a good situation. Everyone got to just wiggle around and hang out with each other. Yeah. Liv did a global, or shared the first full recording kind of debut since the event happened of the Global Eco Drag Show, which featured artists and drag performers from all over the world. Looking at how we might make the world a world that works for all. And then we had that incredible panel that Marley organized with Veronica and Neha, and those two amazing femme humans that were Marley's friends who blew my mind. One of them was a music producer, and the other one all channeling the sounds of the earth and a reconnection, a deeper listening. And then Maxie brought us into the heart of the global south and indigenous plant medicine. We got to hear about Sun Beyond, also bridging us into different kinds of spiritual realms through Buddhism and presencing and connection. and Tim really like helped to weave this path of presence in between architecture and the earth and more biophilic design. And now here we are with you, Gil, this conscious evolution. And we also had Lux join us, who did an entire workshop on the ethics and consent. And then Selena, who was from the Vision Train, who helped us to kind of build a bridge between when we were born and how we can use that as a guide for orienting. And also around the kind of angelic realms, which you were talking about as well, Gil. So just like reveling in the incredible amount of hope that this space gives me, and we're not moving towards something that's that far away. We're like living it. These are the stories that we need to share. This is the news that needs to be heard, because it's not the news. The news that we see on TV is pretty bad stories, and there's a lot of like trouble in the world. And as Amanda Joy Ravenhill says, we get to be optionists now. We don't have that many more options, but we have a few, and we're going to choose them. And I'm grateful to be choosing them with all of you. And this, like, what an epic moment in time, these like communal liftoffs, whenever we're sharing all of this creativity into the world and weaving together across the world with our collaborators and friends who also have their gifts to share. It's really just such an honor. I'm so grateful.
Roxy, I liken it to, at least it helps me do the daily, learning to surf and crest the wave above the noise. So you've got your head up above water, but it's not always above water, but learning to reach that wave and quest it, to see what's on the horizon, see what's above the cloud. Yeah. And that's kind of the way I approach my daily, that role, that journey.
Which is sort of ironic that, right, our perspective here in Regenera, we're right above the cloud line.
Yep.
Just cresting above the cloud line. We're like, oh.
That's because otherwise, we always have a choice. We're in that liminal place, and you can listen to the other news and let it pull you down, or you can learn to watch it, observe it, and keep rising back up.
Yeah. I hope that this day has brought that, both that like presencing of the things we get to reconcile in our world, and a commitment to amplifying and strengthening all of these visions of a future that works for all life. And I'm excited to share about the campaign that we're running for the Design Science Studio. And I wanted to start with this sweet video that just came in from Kami, from the second cohort of the Design Science Studio, who wanted to make a little recording to share about her experience.
Hello, I'm Kami Romero, and I am part of Design Science Studio. What an honor it is to say that. I remember before I applied, I was curious of what this journey held for me. And just like tea, it holds so much wisdom in those loose leaves, and you see it, and it's dry, and it just has a story to tell. And once you start to infuse and bring in that warm water that warms you up from the inside out, and then you get to blossom and bloom and express yourself. So Design Science Studio to me is so much more than just a program. It was that moment that gave me life, that gave me water, that gave me my essence to grow, to be nourished, to take what I already had inside of me and to share it and prototype it, to talk about it, to flip it on its head, to look at it from different angles and then play with it with other people and share and resonate and grow. It's a family. It's the new beginning to this community that I get to continue to live on with. Even when I have some parts of me that are a little frightened, a little scared, there were so many moments like from the breath work and we opened up to the breakout groups that I realized, get out of your head, get into your heart like you do in your tea ceremonies, because you are valued and you are worthy. And Design Science Studio reminded me of that, of how we're all so valuable and so worthy together, apart. But when we come together, we heighten and enlighten and light each other up. We are the wind between, beneath our feathers, floating, gliding, watching all each other, drifting on by and creating this vast and beautiful network. So Design Science Studio, thank you. And thank you to all the Imagineers, the regenerative workers, the developers, the artists, the listeners, the heartfelt communication, and those with the open hearts that taught me to keep my heart open and keep going. I am thriving. We are thriving. We are here now, working on exactly what we're supposed to be working on, and we have found our group. We have found our voice, and now share it. So thank you for giving me that little inspiration that I already knew I could do it, but the support and the love, the warmth of a tea in my hand that goes, I allow and invite into myself, and that shines out of me. Thank you, Design Science Studio. Thank you all.
So sweet. That made me cry. I hadn't actually seen that whole thing yet. It was amazing. So we are deeply grateful to be stewards of these amazing artists, of this community, a part of this community. And we are launching this campaign to support our team so that we can continue to expand the capacity to be able to hold and weave with so many other creative communities who are doing amazing work, and to make the work of the Design Science Studio possible and accessible for others. And if you're new to what we do, we're an educational incubator for the art of the Regenaissance, this regenerative renaissance, and this period of time that we are living through, which is changing history. And just like the growth of new spring, our regenerative future is living just below the ground, invisible to most, but to those who have a keen eye for the signals of change, a listening ear for the stirrings of new growth, with our finger on the pulse of the earth's rhythms, we know there's a whole new world rising up, building energy, bursting forth, using the decomposition of old dying systems to create whole new worlds filled with life, springing forth from the most unlikely places, the edges, the margins, the periphery, the artists, the culture makers, and the change shapers. So let's celebrate a new season of life on Earth, a season of regenerative art and action and culture that can take us out of the long winter of colonization and separation and expansionism. The season begins with our radical imagination, all of our radical imaginations, and our creative dreams and our visions, with our will to create new structures and systems and spaces and stories that make the previous model obsolete through revolutionary processes of innovative experimentation and collaboration. This is how we make that invisible visible. There's a thriving world blooming just before our eyes, and together we are awakening to that process. And what we've created inside of this incubator is a space to support those visions. It's a space to empower global creators to imagine this regenerative future that can ignite inspiration, conversation, and action to lead to this transition to a world that works for all. Because we know that change starts with story, and we're aiming to create behavioral change through culture and to water these seeds for reimagining life on our planet. And even though we're young, we're making positive ripples, and we're doing everything we can with the resources that we have, with the incredible community We have made 53 public events. If you count the last 5 days, that number's at 58. We've managed to award $114,000 in scholarships. We've awarded $30,000 to creators, and we want to do so much more. We have been weaving incredible partnerships around the world, and visionary speakers who say, yes, let me help download this information that I have. So the artists, the change makers, I was thinking the word shapeshifter, but the systems changers, like, and visual, those who make the invisible visible, who help the invisible be felt, can bring that to the world and make it more accessible through many mediums, through many lenses, so that we can help spread the ripples of this into the world and to support this transition. And over 200 projects have been launched into the world, which is like incredible. And you know, we together, if we, Nico did this hilarious exercise. He was like, I wonder how many people everyone has. We just add them all together. How many people do we reach? Apparently it's over 2 million people, which is pretty wild. Over 25,000 people have participated in all of our collective events over the last 2.5 years, and 288 creators have been supported through this program, and their lives have been touched and our lives have been changed. And together we have made a community of practice, of hope, of care. And it's not just the community inside the studio, it's also all of those who come and hold hands with consent and and support of this future that works for all. And so I stand here, and I will continue to come every day to share this opportunity that we are welcoming others to support. Because, you know, one thing that I'll say just very honestly is there's been some sort of like a little bit of a narrative that perhaps people won't think that it's valuable to support the team to be able to support these artists. But I disagree. I think that asking and sharing the story that the fundraising that we're doing first can help support the team that supports all of these people is amazing, because without this team, we wouldn't be able to do what we do, and we wouldn't have the capacity to support so many visions, and we believe in them, and we're definitely pushing hard, and we want to do this in a regenerative way. And so we're committed to finding and establishing partnerships with others who believe in transferring and supporting value exchange across the sands and spaces of time to really uplift what's possible, to leave a legacy to future generations. And so by stewarding the visions of these creators, we can support the regeneration of our planet, and we are. And so there's so many ways to support, and literally only $1,500 supports one artist going through the program. I want to honor this little hummingbird here, which has been here since the beginning of this, when we made this deck, but this year just take like a moment of silence, because one of the artists of the Design Science Studio passed away about a week and a half ago, and he sponsored an artist. So one of these artists who was here today, who touched you, was sponsored by him, and that was that artist's life was changed because of someone's generosity. And so the campaign that Bliss just put into the chat has a $60,000 goal over the course of this summit, and we've raised $839, which is awesome. And with it, we're aiming to be able to support strengthening this program. We have hundreds of hours of content, and we need to edit it. We need to make it accessible to more than just the people who can go through the 7-month program. And we want to be able to create shared resources for everyone who is passionate about this work and wants to create. And those invitations to invite other people to co-create with us have to be managed. They need to be coordinated. And so we are a nonprofit program. And so we survive and thrive off of the generous donations of our donors and our patrons. And we literally ask for the bare minimum of membership from our cohort members. And I think less than 50% of them paid full price. Last year, 75% of them were on scholarship. And we're doing literally everything we can. And I'm just like, I really don't want to have to thin the team over the summer. And I just think that like if we can raise a little money, we can really strengthen the ship and we can create more structures that are regenerative, and we can think about, you know, alternative forms of governance and finance. But we really want to support this team, to support all of these artists and support this mission. And so it is not easy for me to do this. And I am a little bit of a proud woman of two first generation families who worked really hard to get to America and make their way. And I'm the kind of person who works for, you know, my contributions. But so it's new for me to philanthropically, you know, invite people to contribute, but I'm trying to be brave.
You're amazing. You are brave. We're so
amazing.
Worth every
We love
penny
you.
more.
That's the way you do it. Just do it.
We love you, Roxy. And we love this studio. We love it. We love you. Love you, 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 love you. Bring it on.
You got me in
This work
tears.
is invaluable. This work has no price tag. It's the most important work there is.
Courage. It takes big courage to encourage Roxy.
So let's change the currency fields to support the studio.
Yeah, thanks, y'all. I know we got this, you know, and we're like creating so many resources to support and uplift this work in the world. And like, I know we got this. Like, we're in it. We're in it. And yesterday, or day before yesterday, we have raised $721. And today, that's gone up a little bit. And hopefully, it'll keep going up. And here we are in the world of Regenera, this world that we have all co-created and that we are inside of, nourished within, and really believe in what we can all do together. So I invite you all to share this with people that you care about, to invite them to come to this event. We have 6 more days to invite them to donate. If you know institutional partners that might be on board, people who really believe in supporting things like this, and we would love for you to share this with them. And also, you know, maybe your value is your presence, and that is so felt. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting all of these amazing people by showing up and saying yes and saying, I will give you my presence and I will listen and I will amplify you and I will reflect that your work matters, because it does. So I am going to keep practicing doing this and hopefully cry less, but I am really excited about the work that we do, and I believe in it with all of my soul. So I hope that we can together be the tide that raises all canoes and continue to have the most amazing Regenera Rising. We still have how many? 6 more days. So thank you all for an amazing day. We're gonna close the stream and then we're gonna stick around and just listen to a little music and wiggle and breathe. And I'm gonna stop the share and then I'm gonna turn off my thing so we can see each other. Look at this cute team. Oh,
You guys just melt my heart.
here we are in the cockpit of the ship. Love you. Thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you, team. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
It's a marathon every day, like over 10 hours and more, probably, I don't know, like through the night, you know, dreaming awake and asleep. So you guys are amazing, and you're the source of, you know, this culture and so many people. And so thank you so much. It is a beacon. You're a beacon. You're a lighthouse, and we power that. We'll power you.
We power each other. Thank you. We love you. We are here because of you.